Yeah, somebody's watching me, I think. Well, duh, I'm live, stupid. What's going on, everybody? Happy TGIF. How is everybody doing this fine Friday? Granny, Granny. Granny's like, yeah, what y'all doing? What y'all do? What y'all got going on? Granny wants to see what's up. I'm gonna say hi, Granny. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Poor smoke alarm went beep. Boy, his ears went up. We got these new smoke alarms. His ears went way on up, and he ran in the room. That thing went beep, beep, and he's looking around, and he starts going, starts panting and shit. And I'm like, Brownie, what's wrong? And he stayed panting like he had just ran a mile for about a good 15 minutes. And he getting right up, like he was sitting right up close to me. And every now and then he'd scoot up a little closer and look around. Like that high pitched noise scared the shit out of him. Hey, Miss Pitbulls, I believed I should bestow upon you the privilege. Well, I don't know how much of a privilege it is in my channel with the stuff we deal with, but I'm gonna make you a mod, sweetheart. If that's okay. One second. No, this stream is not made for kids. Ought to be that setting every time. It never is. There you go, Miss Pitbull. Hey, Mr. Nathan Turbo, Nathan Turbo. Uh, when my phone charges a little bit, yeah, y'all can see Brownie then. Okay. So first things first, I know the other day we covered and seen the Adam Calhoun and Kurt skiff that happened on Triple T's The Rundown. Well, apparently Adam made a respond video, or let's just put it this way: he made a video after that thing that on that live stream. I believe it's the next video he uploaded. So that video is available to watch, react to, commentate, and digest. And I think we should call it out. Or put it up to watch, not call it out. What am I saying? It's known as Ryan Upchurch, the internet boy. And I mean, I think I can kind of already gauge and tell where this is heading off to. He's going to talk about how Ryan, and it's true, like Ryan is a troll. He knows how to troll. But I don't believe, let's just put it this way. If Ryan Upchurch, like, I don't believe after everything in 2022 and the songs he made, I don't even know the last video that that'd be interesting for someone to find. Find the last video of Ryan Upchurch mentioning Dagburn. I guarantee it goes back a while, at least back around that time of the video where he was talking to somebody about his mom, and they'd said that his mom gave Johnny this and that. Like, like I don't think Ryan has ever paid or been like, "Hey, Cashville, will you put some turkeys in Dagburn's yard?" Be funny. Pay some kids from Paintsville to do it. Like I could I be wrong? Sure, could be majorly wrong. But just in my gut, like I've got a strong no. I mean, maybe a little bit early in the beginning when he started with the Justin tapes and all that, maybe he might have sent some people to his channel or something. But I've never heard or come across anyone Ryan Upchurch trolled so bad to like the level like I and others have been done or how Johnny was done. I believe it's a lot of fans and super obsessed little cult of Ryan's that a good man I have watched on YouTube since my beginning being on here, and it's a little hard to engage with him sometimes. Maybe he just I don't know, but basically to put it this way, PBR calls them Crack Squad, so that's what I call them. They're Crack Squad. And guys, if I don't see your comments right away, I will eventually read them on my phone because once I switch to video mode, this screen is completely covered with the video, so I can't see comments. Okay, well, all right, sure. That's what I'm gonna say from now. I'm be like, okay, sure. And uh, I don't take letters from people I don't know. Number one, I definitely don't take secured mail or anything from people I don't know, certified mail either anymore. I ought to be able to, because might be something, you probably not though, and it's just a fact of, having weirdos. But moving on. So let's get into this. Adam and Kurt got into it on Triple T's, and well, let's put it this way: Adam brought up stuff that Kurt apparently made videos about and did that Adam didn't like, and it turned into this, scene on a live stream. People think they're slick, but they're not. They think they are. That's such a generic, like, duh, don't you already know that? But it's always more complex. People try to be so, ugh. Um, Rambles and Z Skittles, do I know you other than you being in my Discord? Just wondering, like, where do you come from? That sort of thing. Like, how did you find my channel? You know, that'd be interesting to know that if you don't mind. All right, so we're going to pull this up. I'm gonna start this. I've got to. Looks like I'm gonna probably have to turn my banner on. Okay. Do 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 do.
Ryan Church.
Pathetic. Well, actually, if you guys will just give me a second. Oh, never mind. Go ahead.
How crazy is it that a grown man has to get on the internet to talk to another grown man over some bullshit that we could just handle offline, whether it be physical?
And I kind of understand what he means. I'm not an advocate of the whether it be physical. You know what? I'll share with you if it wasn't already clear about my proponent, moral code, whatever you want to call it. You don't get violent or physical unless you're encroached upon, unless somebody is violating your space, getting in your face, or anything of the nature, you do not get physical. You don't. Number one, you're the aggressor, especially if you you should never start getting physical, and you should never be poking the bear to see if it will get physical first, so then you can get physical. I know that second, you might be thinking, well, who does that? People do it because they really hate and are jealous of you, and they want to put their hands on you, but they're just a little intelligent. The lights are on enough to know that they want to, so they want to do it in a crafty, sneaky, fucked up way, like trying to provoke somebody. But regardless, and you got to be able to tell when that's, it's important for you to be not, and it's hard, it's a challenge. When fight or flight kicks in, you do those two things: you fight or you flight. And that's what uh, true composure would be able to experience that surge of adrenaline, and to be able to contemplate and take a longer than just a second, but maybe a moment or two, and decide, I'm not going to run, I'm not going to fight unless they do something or attempt to do something, and I believe so. And until you believe, or you see them coming towards you, or you believe that as they're coming up to you really quickly, the way they're walking, they're about to sucker punch you, you can do something. You can do whatever you feel you need to do to defend yourself. Um, and I mean, I've always believed in that. I mean, it's an inherent, I consider it just as much as an inherent right. I almost wish that it had been put into the Constitution as, the right. Well, I mean, when it says the right to one's life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, because even the founding fathers then knew that life is a pursuit of happiness. You don't start off happy. You don't magically attain happiness. We're pursuing it. That's what we as humans do on Earth. According to some scientists, you might even have been told or believed that we mainly do two things, and that is avoid pleasure and chase pain. Or avoid pain and chase pleasure. I got them backwards. So, yeah. Moving on.
Or just talking and just move on. But that's not what you do. You're a master manipulator. You gaslight a certain part of your audience that has turned into like a cult, and they just believe anything you.
Now, bro, I mean, when Johnny Goble was just saying there's a cult creek quicks rows, Johnny Goble, great Johnny Goble. Now, when PBR started saying it, oh, he's, virtue signaling on the Rodney thing, right? But now, and since the PBR and Rodney thing, there's a lot of people have said it. People over on GT have said it. Dag Burns pointed it out. He's been pointing it out from get go, but he's really been pointing it out even more after everything blew up that first year. Maybe not as much pointing it out because he's pointed it out. I mean, just every now and then be like, they just keep reaffirming it, like that. And then now we've got Adam Calhoun, who was a friend of Ryan's, been having some issues with him, problems. And even he starts out this video very articulate and calls out the elephant in the room that no one else ever talks about, which is this shit right here, which if you're PBR, Johnny, or me, and you bring it up, you get laughed about. The people that are a part of the people a part of Turkeyverse and all them other verses and troll stuff. You know where I all encountered them from? Johnny Goble, Ryan Upchurch's channel, Uncle Will, fucking your boy Blue, uh, you know, no lie, I mean, I can start going down the list of all the channels I encountered those people, but they really want to try to make the distinction. Oh, Creek Squad's Creek Squad. Some people even try to say there's Creek Squad and Crack Squad, and I'll give them that, meaning there's a portion of Creek Squad that doesn't engage in this stuff, and that also is true. It's complicated.
You say, because you said it, but this is your life. This is where you live. Is a certain part of your audience that has turned into like a cult, and they just believe anything you say because you said it. But this is your life.
Rich Newbug, Rusty Truck, fucking Mike 12 Point, Captain Kurt Reacts, etc.
If this is where you live, is on the internet. You only pick fights on the internet, and you do it behind your gates with your guarded security. So here I am on the internet. Everyone was in the live feed the other day, and I lost my shit. That's because you, Ryan, and all your little minions that you get, you put something in their head. You said that I made diss tracks about you that I never made. You started a fight, and now you're the victim, and I'm the crazy one. This is what you have done to so many.
Bro, he just called out the issue that everyone that I've been talking about has had issues with these people that like to call themselves trolls, thinking that it buys them an excuse because we're on the internet and trolls are a thing. He just pointed it out. They say something, person A say something, person B responds very adamantly and offended, and rightfully so, especially if it's a lie and flat out not the case, comes back and defends themselves. And in the process of that anger, there may be some words said that the original person that opened their trap doesn't like. So then they come back. Well, then you come back. Then next thing you know, they start coming back and saying, well, this dude's crazy. He's just doing this. He wants this to happen. It's all me, and blah, blah, blah. Bro, he just explained my situation in a minimal, way. Listen.
I made diss tracks. I lost my shit. That's because you, Ryan, and all your little minions that you get, you put something in their head. You said that I made diss tracks about you that I never made. You started a fight.
Bird, you said that I had pictures of underage people. You use the phrase underage kitty pics because that, to any normal human would mean CP, right? But no, you didn't explain the fact that, well, I was pretending to be Square's big sister, and that's not a quotation mark on the big. So I gave him when he didn't have anything because he was always relying on us for information. We gave Fusion's info. I particularly passed a family Christmas photo, 2 of them, to him on January the 21st at 7 p.m. without him asking whatsoever. And then a year later passed by. Now he's got this people around him, these new people. Like, well, who's he think he is having new people around him? Like, we own him. I know the Workyverse saying they own him has really gotten under his gears, but what he really don't know is that we thought we owned him. And we don't, and we can't keep control of him. So fuck him. We're going to start playing their narratives. So then you start playing their narrative, and then I proved to you with the screenshot, and then already while you were live, while I was live, trying to lie that I made that screenshot up as if I'm that quick and got that express programming bot to do that. Because the type of screenshots, there's certain types of screenshots. That wasn't a generic enough type of screenshot to be made in some website thing that I've shown before. Moving on, though, regardless. And you said that I had them saved in my phone, right? what did the proof I showed? It showed that on the Instagram app, which I can access through any device anywhere, the app itself lets you send small attachments such as photos. You sent 2 photos. They either came from your computer into Instagram or they went from your phone to Instagram. And you sent them to my Instagram, which I couldn't reject or anything. You know, I mean, it comes through and you see it. Right. And back then, I was just a year into this, was being mopped and manipulated. And, you know, Fusion's one of the first people that started recording and got into it and thought that I was going to be something special, like they've said, and started recording all my videos and everything. So, yeah, when she done that, I was angry enough. But here's the thing. It wouldn't have been able to happen without her. And then she wants to turn around and say that I've got them saved to a device when they're literally just sitting on that same message that you sent. You can right click on Instagram opened up on a computer and click open new tab in window. You don't have to save it. Fucking idiots.
And now you're the victim and I'm the crazy one. This is what you have done to so many people. You just steamroll them with your fucking little fucking cult crazy people who just go from page to page and leave all these comments and shit. And then
does that not sound familiar? People going from page to page every day like robots. Who does that sound like? Y'all make sure to get rid of any of these comments that's dumb or trying to use these things like, oh, you make it about, you know. They just don't like it that my mind makes connections. Like the behavior he just explained is relatable. This is a stream with me on it. It's my stream. If you don't want to hear about me or whatever I'm discussing, you don't come on here. Yes. Like these people talking about when you die, you're gonna do this. You trying to talk about my life and everything. You can't do that. I mean, you got no point. And I mean, that's not the way you'd ever get across to me, anyways. Even if perhaps you were correct. Okay, Z Skittles and Rainbows. You have a great day. Thanks for coming by, John. How are you doing? How are you doing? High Potential 420. What's going on? Hello, Harley. All right, moving on, guys. Let's keep watching.
we never hear about them again. You have tried to destroy so many people's careers, lives, families. Yes, families. That grieving family of Kylie Rodney, a dead kid. You still are making videos about this shit. And then Ryan makes a video this morning or whatever the fuck it was, and he's talking about, oh man, when you're at Taylorville, people are gonna boo. You're like gaslighting your audience, like, oh, people are gonna boo you. You might start a riot, and I'm not saying I can't help you. Bitch, I don't need your help. You didn't make me. God made me, and I was already viral all over the place with millions and millions of views before I ever fucking met you. And I always give you credit for Die Tonight and for getting me back into music. And that stops. That's it. That's where as far as it goes. So let's see what this dipshit is talking about today.
You goddamn, you fucked up this time, didn't you?
Okay. So Ryan has like 12 different personalities, but today we get to see wannabe adult Ryan, not tweaked out of his fucking mind.
You're 50 fucking years old. It's 2 a.m.
This is pretty normal compared to what you do at 2 o'clock in the morning. All right. Looks like he's shitting in his pants.
What do you think that is?
It's a light bulb, Ryan. But everyone in your comments is like, man, Ryan invented electricity, like cheering you on. You're fucking crazy.
These grown ass men, one's a war vet, and one thinks he's going to be the fucking president of the United States somehow when he can't because he has a felony. You stupid fuck.
Hey, stupid fuck. You can be a president with a felony, but your fans believe everything you say. So let's go, Ryan. Keep preaching, brother.
You're on live, gang stalking up church fans because you're jealous that they got to come backstage and you didn't.
See, there you go, confusing people. The way you just said that made it sound like I was mad that I couldn't come backstage. I was the headliner the day after you, and I let all reactors come backstage, all artists come backstage, and all on the stage. Everyone can video whatever the fuck they want because it's good for the genre. I'm not going to say all the bullshit you pulled, but you mostly stayed on your bus like you're a bitch. Fuck you. Fuck Ryan Upchurch. Fuck Free Squad.
Hell yeah, Adam.
Hold up. Why didn't you show him this part? Because it doesn't fit your narrative.
Where does this come from?
I said again, I'll say it again. If you represent Cree Squad, whatever the fuck that is, I want nothing to do with them. And if they're anything like you, they're all pieces of fucking shit. I like how you twist it and make it sound like I'm saying fuck a whole fan base. It's real simple. If you are a troll like Ryan and his little buddy, and that's the type of shit you're on, yeah, fuck you.
You're so business minded. Say fuck all the people that are going to be at this show. You trying to fuck the event up? Do you realize that business owners are going to be like, yeah, not that guy. His music was already fucking horrible. Now he's doing this shit, inciting violence before it gets there, picking fights with thousands of people, being like, yo, fuck you, thousands of people.
Also, I've never said Creek Squad, Wreck, Holler Boy, or Skin in my life. That's not my shit. That's Ryan's. I also have never had any rappers or country rappers come up to me and say anything about Creek Squad. The only time I hear or see anything about Creek Squad is 1,000 or 2,000 people in comments. Like, that's all they do. They just like troll people on the internet. That's the only shit that I've ever heard or seen. So if you're from Creek Squad and that doesn't apply to you and you don't do that shit and you're just here for the music, much love to not just you, to everyone that listens to our fucking music. Apparently Ryan thinks he's fucking Elvis or some shit.
You're the one on here telling everybody to S your D, you know, Creek Squad, S my D. Dude, Creek Squad has kids in it.
Creek Squad has kids in it. Yeah. And you're online still and in court talking about a dead kid. Girl, I'm not perfect. I am no angel. This is gay. If anyone's paying attention, it's the same thing over Ryan. He starts some shit. Then some shit hits the fan and he's like, whoa, I'm not doing anything. I don't understand why the fuck that person's crazy. No, bitch, you're crazy. Look in the mirror. I will not. I started some dumb bullshit online. I will not let you just roll over me and run with any type of narrative that you want. And I'll do that for all the people that you trashed and have trashed online and try to ruin their lives and all that shit. Go ahead, bro. I'll burn all the fucking boats. I don't care. Set this bitch on fire. Send it. I've been saying send it from the beginning. Whatever you got on me, because I'm going to unload right back on you. Again, though, all this can be done if you were a man. But you're not. You're an internet kid.
So what'd you guys think of that? What'd you guys think of that? Huh? What did y'all think of that? That was, I mean, seems like Adam's pretty serious. Oh, wait.
Almost forgot. One more thing. I don't want to do this shit on the internet. So if you want to handle this any other way, let me know. I really think you just want to have a reason to battle. You want to rap. Let's go. Shoot. I should have made this video months ago, but I decided to take the high road. This video is about Ryan Upchurch. For some reason, Upchurch fans and him think people are scared to say his fucking name. I took the high road because I was like, I don't want to fucking deal with this motherfucker on the internet and go back and forth like you do, like a child, like a woman, and then fucking have to end up in court like everyone else with you. So I left it alone. But then you say my name with wherever this is at.
Adam come to my house recently before he released that song with Tom or whatever. No, he can't. Did he not drive? Did he not drive to the house?
Yes, I came to your house to talk to you like a man. And then you say my name again right here.
Else today's the middle, man. In something recent.
Now I'm fucking pissed because I've been quiet, took the high road, didn't say shit for 2 months, 3 months, however long it's fucking been. I'm working on my shit. We're not friends. You're letting everyone know that. Okay, cool. Those of you who are not tracking, so Ryan makes this video right here.
All this, I'm gangster. All this, I've been to prison. It don't matter. I still don't give a fuck.
In that video, he's threatening about how he's got video and audio and all this type of shit and all this dirt on people, which fuck, I believe that that's what he does. I mean, that's fucking weird. That I feel like he's a police officer, but no, it's because everyone I know, literally every single person I know, has fucked me over in real life. Okay. Okay, bro, maybe you should look in the mirror. In that video, you know, when he's talking about prison and all that shit, I'm like, oh, he's talking about me. So I leave a comment and I'm like, yo, if you're...
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly it. Oh, okay, Miss Bambi. If you want to come up or anything, just let me know, dear. I hope Miss Pam's okay. I haven't heard from her today, I don't think.
If you're feeling some kind of way, air me out, dog. And then people took that as like, oh, Adam's scared. Does that sound like a scared motherfucker? Everybody's got shit that we've done that we're not proud of. So air me the fuck out because I'm going to return fire, motherfucker. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's get this shit over with. And I tried not to watch these videos. I've only seen both of them twice. And one of those watches on both of those videos was today because they upset me.
I know about the diss tracks that were made against me during the times that Creek Squad helped certain people while they were on the other side of a wall fucking making a diss track against me.
Where are the fucking diss tracks, Ryan? Where are these diss tracks? Because you said that, all your little people are like, oh, Adam's a snake. He wrote diss tracks on Ryan. Ryan, you're the same fucking guy that told me you have diss tracks on everyone ready to go at any fucking time. But you said that I recorded diss tracks. Where the fuck are they?
I do got a fuck ton of shit on you and everybody else.
Okay, I believe you. You got a fuck ton of shit on me and everybody else. But what about you, though? You've had a problem with Chase Matthew, Tom McDonald, Struggle, Jelly, Heavy Duty Country, Outlaw, or Redneck Nation. Kid that tried to bring you some paintings, you blew them all to hell in your fucking yard. Your mom, your dad. Kylie Rodney family. There's a young teenage girl that is dead. Fuck you, dude.
And out of respect for your family, I ain't gonna release none of it.
Out of respect for my family? Thanks, man. You don't give a fuck about my family or your family or that young teenage girl who died family who is grieving, and you're on the internet making videos still about it. Imagine being a father and some little fuckhead is on the internet talking about your dead child. You wouldn't be alive anymore if I was the dad. You're not a better man than me. Your kid that's been on the fucking internet too long and forgot about real life. And it might not be me, but sooner or later in your life, you're going to have to pay for the shit you've done and your actions and the dirt that is on you. You don't think motherfuckers got dirt on you?
Welcome to your personal port captain. Choose a ship and click on the button.
Well,
My dad was Captain David Wilson in the U.S. Navy.
that was pretty, think straightforward and simple to the point.
To your personal port captain.
Fucking hell. Obsessed little fucking nut. Obsessed little nut. Excuse me a second. Okay, let's check out. Oh shit.
These are some morbid
like
facts
this.
about Star Wars.
Interesting.
Actor Jake Lloyd played young Anakin Skywalker in The Phantom Menace, but at the age of 12, he retired from acting due to bullying and destroyed all of his Star Wars memorabilia. Years later, he was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia after being involved in a high-speed car chase with police. Before filming The Empire Strikes Back, Mark Hamill was in a car accident that nearly killed him and required reconstructive facial surgery using part of his ear. Hamill thought the injuries would ruin his career, but they were explained in the movie when Luke gets attacked by a Wampa. While filming Return of the Jedi in the forests of California, the actor who played Chewbacca was given strict instructions to never wander off. The film crew was afraid that local hunters would mistake him for Bigfoot and try to kill him. After The Phantom Menace was released in 1999, Jar Jar Binks quickly became the most hated character in the franchise. The backlash was so devastating for the actor who played him that he nearly took his own life.
Well, damn. This is an interesting page. Shout out to Conspiracy. Morbid Facts.
These are some morbid facts about cults. Heaven's Gate was a religious cult led by a Texas man named Marshall Applewhite. In 1997, they thought the earth was about to be quote-unquote recycled and that the only way to escape this was to die immediately. They believed that if they all committed mass suicide, they would be transported to a spaceship following the Hale-Bopp comet. 39 people died in total, all wearing the same Nike shoes and covered by a purple blanket. Cult leader Charles Manson began studying Scientology while he was in prison in 1961. But after completing 150 hours of Scientology training, Manson deemed the religion too crazy for him to continue.
Now, what does that say? That technically, that's more Scientology training than I've done. I don't have 150 hours. Are you kidding me? For a Sea Org member to get 150 hours of training, I doubt that they would even get that, maybe barely in a year, because the rest of their time they spend mostly doing slave labor.
An elderly woman in the People's Temple cult at Jonestown took a nap before the community committed the largest mass suicide in modern history. She woke up to more than 900 dead bodies scattered around her. These are some more.
Good Lord. Only survivor at Jonestown. Oh yeah, check out this.
Insane Coincidences, Part 48. A Thai man named Jumras Theakot was barely surviving as a fisherman, making only about $13 a day. But one day in 2019, he was walking along the beach and found a strange yellow lump in the sand. He decided to take it home for good luck, and it ended up being 80% ambergris, a super rare substance made from the waxy vomit of a sperm whale. He ended up selling it for a whopping $470,000. In 2013, ABC News reporter Amy Rohrbach had a mammogram taken live on TV to promote breast cancer awareness. It just so happened that she did have breast cancer, and the procedure likely saved her life. Nikola Tesla was born at midnight on July 10th during a severe thunderstorm. The midwife declared the lightning a bad omen and said he would be a child of darkness. But his mother replied saying, "No, he will be a child of light." Insane.
Rest in peace and shout out to Nikola Tesla. OG. It's a shame that Edison got credited more for. See, Edison and Tesla were kind of like arch enemies in a way, because Tesla invented AC, alternating current, and Edison came up with DC. And AC, DC just ended up being the one that got used. I think that there is some. I believe there are advantages and disadvantages to both, depending on what they're being used and in what way and what they're powering. I don't know all the specifics, but I remember watching a documentary all about that. I just can't remember all the specifics of which is which and which is better technically considered by most and all that. Y'all check this out. This is another one crazy.
Part 215. In 1950, a birthing Soviet mother was told she had delivered a severely disabled child that doctors didn't want to show her. But in reality, she'd given birth to conjoined twins Masha and Dasha Krivashlyapova, who were removed from their mother at birth to be studied while the mother was told they had died. Soviet scientists wanted to study how one body affected the other by performing a series of experiments on them that are viewed today as medical torture. The experiments involved tactics like covering one of the twins in ice while the other twin would be carefully observed for a reaction. Similar experiments involved burning them, starving them, severely depriving them of sleep, and electrocuting them to test their reflexes. The experiments went on for 12 years before the twins were eventually sent to live out their years in a retirement home. They lived to the age of 53 until Masha suddenly died of a heart attack, but Dasha refused separation surgery. 17 hours later, Dasha died of blood poisoning from her sister's corpse.
Damn. That's commitment. That's commitment, all right. Oh, check this out.
These are the biggest Bitcoin fumbles of all time. In 2010, a man named Laszlo Hanyek traded 10,000 Bitcoins for 2 Papa John's pizzas back when Bitcoin was worth less than a penny. While this only amounted to around $41 at the time, 10,000 bitcoins would be worth over $600 million today. In 2013, a Welsh Bitcoin miner named James Howells threw away a hard drive that stored the keys to 7,500 Bitcoin, which he obtained for pennies back in 2009. Today, the value of that hard drive is over $450 million. In 2021, Howells offered the city $70 million to excavate the landfill where he thinks his hard drive is buried, but the city council rejected his offer. These are the biggest Bitcoin fumbles.
It's a lot of money to lose. It's crazy that stuff like that happens.
2011, Thomas was given 7,000 bitcoins for making a video explaining how Bitcoin works. Soon afterwards, he lost the digital keys to his crypto wallet and has since used 8 of his 10 password attempts to unlock it. He only has 2 guesses left before the $420 million wallet is locked forever, and he says the whole ordeal has driven him completely insane. 2011, Thomas the last photo ever taken of Brooklyn freediver Nicholas Mavoli after attempting to set the American record for freediving at 236 feet deep. He completed the dive and resurfaced, gave the OK sign, attempted to speak, and then passed out. He never regained consciousness and died later that day from pulmonary edema. Dr. Joseph Guillotin was against executions but knew they would happen regardless. So he popularized the guillotine to make executions as quick and painless as possible. Unfortunately, it wasn't as humane as he'd thought, since it was later discovered that the human head can remain conscious for up to 20 seconds after being decapitated. This is a photo of Lyndon B. Johnson being sworn in as president just 2 hours after JFK was assassinated, while standing next to Jackie Kennedy, whose clothes were still stained by her husband's blood. LBJ turned to his friend Albert Thomas and smiled while Thomas smirked and winked back. The White House photographer who took this later called the photograph completely sinister. Most rarest things in the world, parts 1 through 20.
Damn. Huh, that's a lot. And now this is one buff cat.
5. Known as RH Null, this man has the rarest blood type in the world. It's called the golden blood type since it's only been found in 43 people throughout recorded history. Some animals can be born as bilateral gynandromorphs, meaning they're male on one side and female on the other. This is the pyramid capstone of Amenemhat II, one of the only intact pyramidions in the world. In odd cases, dead organisms are filled in with opal rather than mud or stone, creating these mesmerizing fossils. This cat suffers from myostatin-related hypertrophy, a very rare condition that causes muscles to grow excessively large. This steak is so incredibly rare that it could probably use a few more minutes in the sous vide. This insanely rare polka-dotted zebra foal was photographed last year in Kenya. There are only 20 stealth bombers in the world, but this one was caught mid-flight in a Google Maps photo. Talk about a photo bomber. Morbidly Wholesome Facts, Part 57. A sheep-herding dog named Casper faced off against 11 threatening coyotes and killed 8 of them on the farm. He then went missing for 2 days, most likely to track the remaining coyotes and finish the job. His vet said he's incredibly lucky to be alive, while his owner agreed to let him retire. During World War II, a German pilot spotted an American pilot's crippled plane in the sky. He noticed that the gunner was dead, the crew was injured, and that they didn't pose any threat. So instead of destroying the plane, he led it to safety and spared the men's lives. 40 years later, the 2 pilots reunited and became fishing buddies. After TV star Jack Benny died in 1974, his widow Mary received a red rose in the mail. After several days of receiving a new rose each day, she finally called to find out who was sending them. Florist told her that Jack had arranged for a new rose to be sent to her every day until she died. Morbidly Wholesome Fact.
Oh, I'm sorry, my mic was muted. Yes, Chi-Chi, it was horrible. Oh, thank you, Miss Bambi. I didn't know, John, that I didn't have sub mode on. I usually do that. Huh. Um, apologize for that, guys. Yeah, he does. That's true. But those people that threaten a lot, I mean, like some others I know, just because they've just threatened a lot so far, I mean, that's a bad indicator, because if you got the cojones and you don't care to death threat or threat someone with harm, physical violence, etc., like that's a sign that your upstairs is not all there, because you shouldn't want to say that unless, like, somebody messed with your daughter or your dog. You shouldn't be, and then you might say, like, get your hands off my dog. You do that again, I'll fucking da da da. You know, where they cross the line and stuff. If somebody does, warn them. If it's really crossing the line, a threat may be just what is needed to keep that person from doing something like that again, and the next person not having the capacity to give them a threat and warning. But um, you just never know. That's why I say beware. And I'm not the one that came up with it, so, but I forget who came up with that quote. Like, beware of stupid people in large groups. Basically. Thank you, Miss Chichi. Oh, I mean, of course. And thing is, people that talk about, like, well, why can't you come see me as a man? Deal with this face to face, physical if we have to. Sometimes people that talk like that would, and someone finally says, okay, all right, and then guess what? Somebody brings a gun to that fist fight, and the other person thinks that the other person was going to honor their word, and it was just going to be a fist fight, or maybe not a gun, but like a bat or other people to jump in. That's why, like, I was taught that there is no such thing as a fair fight. You don't, I was taught you don't go around starting fights, but if you feel like you have to fight to defend yourself, don't be thinking in terms of, well, I don't want to do that. That's not fair. You ain't got time to think like that. And I don't think the other person 9 times out of 10 would be worried about thinking that way either. Hold on.
Morbid Facts, Part 26. In 2001, an 8-year-old boy named Jesse Arbogast was attacked by a 7-foot bull shark while he was standing in knee-deep water near Pensacola, Florida. The shark had bitten off one of Jesse's arms and part of his thigh before his uncle pulled it away and wrestled it to shore. After a park ranger shot the shark in the head, Jesse's uncle retrieved the severed arm, put it on ice, and drove it to the hospital where it was successfully reattached. Morticians often use these spiky contacts to keep the eyes of the dead closed during funeral viewing. Morbid Facts, Part 26.
Spiky contacts. Listen to this. This is Chris Brown.
Part 207. The details of Chris Brown's 2009 attack on Rihanna are nothing short of disturbing. When Rihanna called out Chris for being unfaithful, an argument ensued that quickly turned violent. Chris pulled over and tried to force Rihanna out of the car, but her seatbelt prevented it. So he slammed her head against the window and punched her in the face so hard that she started spitting up blood. Chris then started driving, but continued to punch Rihanna in the face with his right hand. At one point, he told her, "I'm gonna beat the shit out of you when we get home. Just wait and see." Rihanna then pretended to call her assistant, telling her to have the police ready for when she gets home. To this, Chris responded, "You just did the stupidest thing ever. Now I'm really gonna kill you." He soon put her in a headlock and started biting her ear before applying pressure to her carotid arteries, making her slowly lose consciousness. Rihanna then tried to gouge his eyes in an attempt to escape, so Chris started biting her fingers. Rihanna started screaming for help, causing Chris to exit the car and walk home. Part 207.
Did anything even happen on that?
Morbid Facts, Part 96. When Harambe was just 2 years old, his mother, brother, and 2 half-siblings
take some shots at Kels and Scooter Beggins and this Shane guy with a gorilla avatar. Well, apparently Brookie did not like the fact that Kels got some money out of some guys. Now, can you believe that?
Well, no, I'm not surprised.
Well, how could she be upset with that, knowing well that she has actually gotten some money out of
I was going to say, that's kind of the fucking pot calling the kettle black there, ain't it?
I thought so too, and Andrea thought so as well. Bert, you have actually done that. You've exposed that a long time ago, if I'm right. With,
right, sure did.
With No Life Mike, Chad, and the Shane guy, and I kind of wonder with Citizen Z now. You know how Brookie?
Oh yeah, they were a thing. I don't know if she ever got any money out of them, but it's like she gets it. She gets it, and then she moves on to the next. So it's hard to say.
I'm kind of curious how she managed to pay Paula back that money. I almost think she got one of her boyfriends to do it.
She might have did. She was very nice.
Paula needs to answer some questions for us. You know, the Outlaw ladies, I don't think the Workyverse is a big fan of them, honestly.
Oh, they're definitely not. Definitely not a fan. No, you telling all truth there.
I like getting them in trouble. It's been fun.
I know you do.
Sasquatch, he blamed Scooter Beggins for, I mean, he pretty much called Scooter Beggins a scammer. And that's a pretty big claim because Scooter has always been the vigilant against scammers, like Durkee.
Absolutely.
But the thing he claimed was
like Durkee and April G, and a couple others he called out.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He he brought up Scooter. I think they're. I don't think he did this on his own accord. I think the reason why people are attacking Scooter so much is because they're picking a side. They want this conflict with BC and me. They really do. They're that bored with Square. They're just like, all right, let's start another conflict. But the reason why Seth decided to make this conflict was Scooter said he'd get him a job, and he never followed through with it. So Seth even said, this hurt my family that I didn't get this job and everything. And I'm thinking, okay, dude, don't rely on other people's help to earn an income. You gotta actively be searching yourself. If this guy can't help you, you gotta help yourself. You can't blame this man for your family being hurt.
No, sir.
You are
He's
pulling
a fucking grown ass 36, 37-year-old man, and you're relying on another man that lives states and states and states a fucking way to hook you up with some employment. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
It's bad look. That was a bad look on Sasquatch today. He was so nervous when he tried to tell this story. I almost think he was very selective and careful
that
with
with the
wording.
one leg, he draws a check anyway. He probably isn't supposed to be working.
I think you're allowed to work so much.
I think there's more to that story, Bird. I really do. And something tells me it's going to come out. And Seth's not going to like it.
Well, whatever Seth gets that comes his way, he definitely fucking deserves all the flip-flopping and double-crossing and fucking backdoor bullshit and that he's been involved with since he come around. And I saved him a couple times. I saved him and had his back through a bunch of shit. And people could tell me whatever, but y'all know it's the fucking truth. When the littles and shit was just ready to throw him and leave him hanging out to dry, and I wouldn't let it happen that way. And you see the thanks I got for that. So the fact that he turned his back eventually on Scooter, I'm not really surprised. Am I still here?
Yes, you are.
Okay, I thought, fuck, I done said all that, and then ain't nobody. Ghost probably hit a dead spot or something.
No, I heard you.
All right. What's up in the chat? Hey, Seepers, Wifey, whom the bells troll. What's up? Good to see y'all today. Austin reacts. Mama Burr. Finger sandwich. Yeah, we might even throw a mustard a wrench. Hell, he come up. we come on over. Show you how to do. We'll really get the fucking milk.
Come on, Bird.
Well, by God, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. I'm so sick of that little bastard in his fucking mouth. His stinking fucking pie hole. Fuck that son of a bitch. What's up, Kentucky Outlaw? How are you, sweet girl? Yeah.
Yeah, there he went. Yeah, you was right.
Yeah, let me drop the link again. He'll probably need it. Where the fuck's Hellbilly at?
I don't know. He might be recuperating. Wasn't he out dancing last night? Or watching him dance?
Yeah, he was a watcher. He was not a participant.
Well,
SBAW, that's right. I don't know when they all changed their mind about it, because by God, they used to be hardcore. So I don't understand it.
It's crazy.
He got too good, didn't he? He got too good, didn't he, y'all? He had too big of a following, and y'all just one day decided, well, get him riled up real quick.
That's
hell, I don't even know how to get there. I don't even know the link. Well, I could go to my community page. Okay. up, Manny Quinn? That's the word on the screen. What up, Xbox?
What up,
I
Pop?
figured you did. You need me to drop the link again? Hold on. What accent? What we talking about?
He's asking me where I was from. I
Oh.
told him Tennessee.
Hell, Billy, there you are, you fucking jerk face son of a bitch. No, I'm just kidding. I love you.
The champ is here.
It says your devices ain't connected, brother man. There you go. No, there we go.
There he is.
Yeah. In the Outlaw Women chat, we actually started clowning on the Workyverse a little bit. It was kind of fun. Like I was.
Oh, really? Oh, I bet that was a good time.
I was
Just
very
to instigate
impressed.
it.
But even JM was speaking out, and I can tell that JM, he actually enjoyed being on the Outlaw Women.
JM was an
channel,
outlaw
whatever
woman.
they call themselves. Like he had a lot of fun. Hell, he even
Yeah, he was an outlaw woman.
Definitely.
I think we lost him again.
I think he hit another dead area.
had a lot of
He's in and out.
fun with me.
Now he's muted.
I made chicken and dumpling again today, y'all, in the heat of summer. It wasn't too hot today, though, but
I'm having fried cabbage and turkey kielbasa sausage.
that sounds good. I ain't fried me
Oh,
no cabbage in a little bit.
Is he with us again or no?
I thought I heard this car, but he's still muted, so
Right.
I don't know. Man, Square, why you gotta have the fucking, I can't go say shit for probably 15, 16 more fucking minutes. I was just gonna say, hey, Square, fuck you, or some shit, just try to get it going, but
He probably ain't looking. He probably won't see that shit till he gets ready to end his shit, or if he even sees it at all. You know how his shit goes. He doesn't pay attention to that chat at all, and they be asking all kind of shit.
they do.
Trying
They do. That's one
to
thing I
even
can
interact with what the
understand.
little motherfucker's talking about. And he's
Right.
he just don't
I
even.
hate that. You're
I
making
know,
homemade
it's
French bread
fucking
pizzas.
annoying.
I made homemade pizzas the other day, last week, but I didn't like the crusties I got. I got to try it again with different crusties.
Do it with French bread.
I was saying earlier though that
There
I
you
don't
go.
think JM's having fun. JM's not having much fun over at the Workyverse much. Like anytime he gets on panel, he doesn't really say anything. But you can tell he had a lot of fun with the Outlaw Women. He really did. Even with me and Carrie in the mornings, he was laughing, talking it up. It's sad to
Yeah, I
see
used
him.
to see him jump up on Carrie's quite a bit in the morning.
Yeah.
Ah, damn. Well, he probably ought to just prepare himself to find somewhere else to be because,
But you know what? I might just take a break and say, hey, Square, I'm not going to troll you anymore. I'm just going to let the Workyverse put in the work. I heard Filthy my ace. I'll give the Workyverse a freebie here. I'll help you guys out. I heard that Filthy might Square you better. Filthy might be doing a live stream on the Gene Team exposing them, and I bet that's a stream you won't snipe or restream on your channel. I bet you won't.
Exposing the Gene Team for what?
He's too scared. Right? No, he Square definitely won't because he still likes you. I think he's still obsessed with you guys. There's just no way he would let the Workyverse.
No, it's not that. It's just because if it's not about him, he don't want to hear it.
Right. If you ain't doing what he wants you to do, he's pissed off about it. Like a little man child.
Yeah.
Hold on.
There's
Who we
no
got
way
here?
he'll watch. There's just no
No.
way he'll watch Filthy's next stream.
No, he won't. He won't. Just but like I said, because if it ain't about him, then
He might
he
see
ain't
it
gonna be
next
watching.
week.
Yeah. When somebody points something out that might have been said about him. Jockey, get a hold of him.
Oh boy.
They're alive. Like they're getting bored. They're even getting bored right now. Just imagine if Square were to go offline for 3 months.
They wouldn't have shit to do. I mean,
24
they
hours,
would,
so
yeah.
there's just no chance in hell he would ever. But
No,
he's
he
at the
can't.
point where the Workyverse looks like they're being destabilized. Like Andrea has proved this. She has been doing it. But Square, he just doesn't want that. He wants them strengthened. That's why he goes to other communities and talks about them. Why wouldn't he? You know, like, why else would he? He loves the Workyverse. It's just apparent at this point.
You know what? That
He
makes a lot of
intends to
sense.
make them stronger.
That makes a lot of sense. You're right. You're so right. How he tries to intertwine these other communities in with Workyverse to make it bigger and stronger. That way, he gets more fucking attention. That makes so much sense.
Yeah. It really does.
Square's gonna fucking hate this stream when he listens to it. God, he's gonna hate it.
I see somebody ain't went over. Now go on, good little minions. Y'all go over to his chat and tell him we talking about him so he'll watch.
You don't pay him no attention.
Yeah, that's the fucky ass part
Oh
about it.
no, Seeper's over there running that cocksucker of his.
Oh,
Yeah, we sound like two stuck pigs, he says.
bless
Square the
his heart.
Warfield dogs.
I
are
almost,
sweet.
I
That
never
motherfucker
see.
is so sick.
Government conspiracy. White House police officer Leslie Kofelt was fatally shot while protecting President Truman from an assassination attempt. But he managed to kill the attacker with a headshot from his revolver 30 feet away just before dawn. Sitting next to Abe Lincoln on the
bless it.
I know.
See,
I just
Thanks
can't
for
handle
letting him know. So now he'll get riled out. We appreciate you going over and
I bet
letting him
he
know.
ain't even seen Seeper's fucking.
Maybe he will.
I don't know. Let's see what he's doing. Fuck, where's the thing where I can unmute it? Way up here.
Beat ourself.
Morbid facts about assassination.
That's stupid shit. Has it been 20 minutes yet, Bird? Spice this shit up. He ain't gonna see it though. That's the fucked up thing.
Chat, can y'all see us on the screen? Or does it say something
Our
about
avatars?
pictures? Like the whole fucking screen.
I see a screen.
Hey, Simpin, I see you. You see us? Okay, Austin. Thank you.
I see us.
What's it? Is he not even saying anything over?
Yeah, he's saying so. I've got it fucking muted. He's letting that stupid shit he watches play. Oh, he might be done now.
Stuff.
Here we go.
There we go.
Oh, well, I guess they'll just have to squeal.
He just seen it.
What are you?
That means he's going right on over here to listen.
No ill intent.
Yeah.
I tell you what, the first time
Good
you
deal.
asked something that I've already covered about, which I know you've seen now, because you're like with them people. You asked Green gone. You know, I ought to not really. You know, I thought about that night, and then later on, I discussed it over. You know, and people just think that you don't care. Like, dude, you're talking about. You literally said to have me locked up because I said how interview your dad. Like,
Whose
and
dad
bro, that's
he
not even
interviewed?
what I meant.
Huh?
Like, if you really want to know what I meant was what they did to my father, which tended to be an older gentleman from around here. He pretended to know my granddad. He pretended to know me and had seen us around because basically he was aware of everything because they had been targeting me before Filthy even came along.
I see you too,
And
Third Eye.
when he called them, he talked to my dad, and these people knew. Like, I've only been 2 years home. They knew that I had a struggle before, and they knew
You know
what my
how they
story
knew,
was.
Square? Because you fucking
And
told
they
them, you
went
idiot.
to my father and basically fed this bullshit, like, like, seen some concerning things with your grandson and your father type shit. And which got my dad to automatically think, oh shit, he must have relapsed, And he sat there and he talked and he talked and he talked and he talked. And I mean, they worked him real good and he talked all that. And they've been saying here soon that he's friends with him and stuff. Really, like, after my dad just recently called and fucking, took it out on my grandfather. He
Tell
didn't
him
even have
some
the
more,
balls
Square.
to
Tell
call
him some
me and
more.
take it out on me or blame me. He called and he took it out on my granddad. So I really don't give a shit. What else he might have recorded. Don't. If my dad's not going to talk to me, I'm not going to hear what he's got to say from someone's YouTube video from when they called him and were harassing him.
Oh, you're going to listen to it. You're going to listen to it on repeat.
Give me a moment. All right, I'm gonna grab
Hey,
that.
Vivian.
Grab that. I gotta switch and get online. And see, I don't like to drop link because then when I drop the link, and then you come up, however long that may last, then I'm probably gonna have to make a whole new lie. I mean, so like, and probably right now this is what's happening. Now y'all remember what I'm saying, and I hope I'm wrong. But just remember what I'm about to say. Right now, they're probably working with him. Like, okay, he probably got to do it. So look, make sure you say and put in a list of things that he's gonna try to ask or say to get me triggered. Demonstrate. But I'm only going. I'm telling you, dude. It better be true because I ain't talking about you. You see here from the last hour and 30 minutes.
What's the old hate
I
top
have
bag
been,
up to?
I'm tired of it.
I don't know. He's about to have him on panel guest, I think.
But I'll give you just a little bit. And you know what this should be put towards? I ain't have issues with you before, and
is he over there making
you really
deals?
didn't have issues with me after, except I was around Bambi, you know, and basically we commented and gave our opinion on what we thought that you did, and you didn't like
Speaker
it.
wants on
And
panel
just
to holler our
fucking
name.
tumbled from there. That's
Oh yeah.
basically what happened, dude. And now you
Oh
got
yeah.
Carolina
He's
Cowboy
obsessed.
in your
That guy
intro.
is
Do you even know
obsessed.
He
Carolina
thinks it's
Cowboy?
all about Bambi.
I mean, I don't
Don't
even know
swear
him.
it's
I know
you.
of him because I've seen him
Exactly.
around these
Is that Ghost of
groups now
Shadows? What's
2
up,
years.
Ghost?
But I mean, do you even know
What
him?
up?
And you got him in your intro. Like,
I'm
are y'all
driving
best
right now.
buds? I'm just wondering, like, because that, I mean, like, how long have you known these people? Like, I'm just saying, you know. I'm
What the
just
hell is
giving a
his
little
new channel? Like,
constructive
I don't even know
criticism.
this dude's channel anymore.
Squares Lounge or
Square?
some fucking bullshit.
Yeah,
No more
Square
squi- no
Lounge
more-
322.
Squares Lounge 322.
Yeah, Square Lounge.
No more Squizzymoto.
No.
Yeah. Nope.
Squeal.
That was my favorite. Squizzymoto.
You know
I was
what?
like, why didn't I think
do
of
a
that?
live where I do this. Like, what I ought to do is I ought to do a live. Play like
Yeah, it's in the making, baby.
some shit like
I just want I just want to tell you, Berlin. I just want you to know you're the only 10 I see, baby.
when it comes to drama and stirring shit, and keep stirring the shit just for the sake of stirring it. Bird says,
"Yeah, I love this shit."
He's all about birds.
That's right. I love that shit.
Okay.
Is Gene up here?
No.
No, it's a sound bite.
A sound bite. I got you.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's cool.
Oh, there goes the link.
I'm driving. I can't see the screen.
Oh.
Yeah.
Imagine I made a stream. I said, we're going to get into some juicy stuff. And I just sat there and I said, we'll be starting shortly. And I just left it hanging and never started
Who
the
gave you
stream.
the idea of some shit like that?
Boy, people would get, or finally I eventually started. And then you hear nothing but, I love this shit. I love this shit.
He's watching.
I love this
Gotta be
shit.
watching.
I love this shit.
Oh, he dropped the link.
So juicy.
Stanky, go over there and fuck with him.
I have to wait, man. I have to add that. I'm driving right now. I have to swear lounge 322. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe a friendly
So I'm
moderator
about-
can
I'm
grab
about
that
5
link
minutes.
and drop it in our chat here.
Yeah, I'm about 5 minutes out from the house, man. When I get back to the house, I'll jump in there and holler at yeah.
You about to be.
But honestly, he's probably listening to this, and I'll probably be blocked by the time I get home.
You're probably right.
Hey, I'm gonna drop down.
Hey,
All right, go.
hey,
Yep.
Bird, Netta, y'all got cookout down there?
Yeah.
Hell yeah! Tell me,
Especially late at night.
Yeah, like 2 o'clock in the morning.
they stay open until 3 o'clock in the morning. That's where it's at.
Mhm.
Hold on, man. As I drop the damn link, it seems like motherfuckers are immediately hit it. You gotta give me a second.
I actually went to high school with
I mean,
a
it's
buddy of mine.
fast
His
because you
family started that company.
know, with the snap.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, they.
And plus, I ain't bringing nobody up here.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, I mean, she's got to. She can't get no views without me, bro. And she was hoping that I was gonna stay here and fight with her forever. I think that this whole last bit of them pretending to be cool with me, like maybe the last 2 times, I think they pretended to do that shit just to build it up. And because, see, this last time they actually acted like I had been requesting shit I shouldn't even have to request. Like, people like Bambi treat me that way, and other people do. You know, other people I met on here don't treat me. Hell, there's even some people that I met from GNT I'm still friends with, and they don't treat me how they do. Can I see your light?
Dude, everybody treats this guy bad.
And anyways,
Treating
man,
her
it's
bad.
I'm just talking.
I'm just saying.
like, hold on to my guest in the back,
You
but
gotta see
like,
it through his
I
lens,
think
though, Berlin.
that they straight up,
See it through
I
squizzy
think
eyes.
that was planned because they always come in the Discord.
Always
and then what's Bird say? Discord and IG messages, which, to be honest, there are hardly no IG messages since the Discord came up, but to the highest bidder. Are you telling me you screenshotted every single thing? Because I didn't screenshot the IG messages from the group chat. When you removed us from the group chat, you don't remove message history.
Why are you bringing up old shit?
I can prove that the message and the group chat and your background you picked last for the group chat is all still there, Bird. So I never, though, fucking recorded private messages between us or any of that. It's just still in my apps. And I can prove that. All right, let's go ahead and bring up this guest. We got Goku on stage.
Yo. You think he'll get Goku to
Hello?
show his dick?
Yeah.
He wants
Good to finally speak to you.
Good.
Sorry, my bad.
Oh, you've been playing a stream every day of Squirrel talking his propaganda. So I don't know how it would be good, but okay.
Squirrels
propaganda. Feel that way, but I'm not here to argue.
No, it's not how I feel. It's not really. It's supposed to be for entertainment only and fictional and just, made up, but you're presenting and promoting it away as if it's true.
Okay, you're
Squizzy. Mustard loves you, bro.
So
I didn't ever hear her say, I will or I'm going to. I heard her say, how would you like it? Or I could, or what would you do? I heard hypotheticals is what I heard.
Right.
And I believe everybody else would too.
But we're not here to talk
That's not a threat. And that's not a circumventing arrest. It's not a clever way to threat without threat, if that's what you're thinking. Like, I have spoken that way my entire life and told people when they've done stuff in school or whatever. You wouldn't like that if I, but that wasn't me threatening them. But y'all say that is me threatening you.
I mean, it kind of
how would did you see what Mustard did? Took my dying family member of cancer, a whole bunch of others, put the pictures up and their name. I ain't ever done that to him.
Square, I'm not here to talk about that. I'm here to talk about me and you. I don't want to talk about.
All right. Well, here's what me and you had to do with the fact that you fucking, you separated from me and Bambi. Okay, that's fine. But did you think that Bambi and you probably wasn't going to argue, or she wasn't going to have an opinion on that? Like, you got mad when you had an opinion, so that's what's real, bro.
Where do you understand that?
Berto, I just got the house. Let me switch over. I'll be back.
And I have
Okay. All right, Snuggie.
I don't know if she talked shit first. Well, maybe you see us talking shit. I think she was disappointed in the fact of what and let down. I think that's what it was. But it turned to talking shit as things went back and forth.
Yes, you are.
I understand that. We're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about me and you and what me and you got going on.
We ain't got nothing going on, dude. I just found it distasteful what you did too, criticized, and you started aligning with these people. And I've told you what all they've done to me and how I felt about it. I've told you a long time ago. You know very good and well. And
so somebody's not allowed to like somebody just because you don't like them, right?
You start attending their little streams and letting them give you their propaganda, one-sided view of history and everything, and to make me out to be a monster, and
You are a creepy little
eat it up. Like, bro, how would you like it as soon as you left from somebody or they stopped being friends with you, that turned around and they did that shit? Like, and they got 50, 100 motherfuckers fucking put up and shit. Bro, you would lose your mind. You would do exactly what you did when you said, y'all win. That's exactly what you would do.
Breaking up some.
You did too.
Because I did it. I did too, yeah, a year ago, bro, and they never stopped. One of the lucky. Oh, you're not, bro. No, okay. He says he's not a part of them. I say we'll disagree and move on.
I've had Mr. Fusion come in my chat and comment and say that I'm my own thing. The only reason,
bro, you got Carolina Cowboy on your intro. Mr. Fusion says that Mr. Fusion does things so that it's stated as that, but it doesn't mean that. Just like he states that all this for he's and ha, he didn't a year ago, but now he making sure to say that after whenever he makes threats and stuff and all this and that. Mr. Fusion has always been the try to be the PR guy for them. So I know what Fusion does. I mean, that just because he says you're your own, yeah, you're your own thing. I mean, they'll use you, they'll let you come on and stuff until it's no longer good for them, and then you're gone. And anything you do on here is they're not going to take responsibility for it.
Ghost of Shadows this Maggie to hit the way. Where did I say that? Please tell me.
I mean, they're doxing my numbers. You say you never dox anybody, bro. If you never doxed anybody, then even when you get doxed, or if I had doxed you, you don't then go and dox me back. I mean, that's how to be righteous. Because what you're talking about and letting happen is exactly what I did with the Workyverse at first. I let people dox them and shit because they doxed me. And you know who's wrong at the end of the day? Not just them, but you too.
Yeah.
And that's why I try to stop that shit. But it's really fucking.
Oh, dude up there said I sent Snaggy and Ghost over to get on Square's panel. Number one, Ghost told Snaggy to go get on Square's panel. It wasn't I, but if I had, so fucking what? Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, who gives a fuck?
Yeah, I didn't address nobody to do shit, but I mean, tell it how you want. That's okay. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Interview my father.
Go ahead.
My father's 6 square. Do you understand why I'm coming at your neck now? I wasn't coming at you for any other reason other than you threatened to interview my sick father. You have to understand.
Put it back on the chat.
Hey! I could not hear you, man. My fucking earbud just died. So you said you want to talk 2 minutes. Just start over.
All right. The part of work never have been, never will be. I don't want to be a part of that. My chats, yes. Do they chill in there and say what they got to say and hang out?
Welcome back,
yes.
Snaggy.
It doesn't mean that I'm a part of them.
Thank you.
That I'm a branch. Okay, I got 1 more minute. The only reason
how you beautiful ladies doing today? Fuck this little clown.
It takes things to this.
Can y'all hear me? Is my audio bad?
Fuck yeah, I've been talking with it muted. I'm sorry. Yeah, well, I hear you. We're doing good.
You beautiful Tennessee bitches. How the fuck you been today?
I'm good. I've just finished up some chicken and dumplings. Life is well on this Friday.
Girl, quit talking to me about chicken and dumplings. You're gonna make me divorce my wife. You need to stop.
I'm over here eating now.
What you eating?
What are you talking
your
about?
cabbage and kielbasa.
No, talk to me about fried cabbage. I've never heard that in my life. What is fried cabbage?
What?
I ain't playing. I've had cabbage. I've had collard greens. I've had them all. Like, what is fried cabbage?
You just cut it up, put it in the pan, fry the shit, season it.
Like, you take the whole head of
Chop it
No,
up.
you chop it up, and then you put you some little bit of oil and some butter in the pan, and get it hot, and just put it in there and kind of wilt it. Wilt it down, fry it, whatever you want to call
Have
it.
you guys ever had like a wedge salad? Like, cut it in a wedge or something like that and fry it up?
No, you cut this up
No,
in
it's
pieces. You
just
cut it up
different.
just like you would if you were gonna boil it.
Okay. What do you
You
use
just
for
fry it
batter
pan.
and stuff? Just flour and stuff?
I
or-
don't batter my cabbage.
No, you don't batter it.
Oh, I see what you're talking about. You talking about just like a little bit of oil in the skillet.
A little bit of
like,
oil, a little
I
bit
guess
of butter,
I
salt,
guess
and
the
pepper.
culinary-
when you say fried in my life,
Yeah, I
I'm
guess the
thinking
culinary
batter.
word would be sauteed.
Yeah, I'm thinking batter, and I'm like, girl, I ain't never had no batter
No.
on some cabbage.
I didn't even know if that would be good.
Fire though. I was
I
like,
don't
tell
know, it
me
might
about
be
this.
all right.
I don't know if I would like that.
That sounds like some fairground shit.
Yeah, absolutely.
You get
All
your
right,
fried
MD,
Snickers
have a
and
great
fried
day.
cabbage. You girls ever come up for the state fair? Y'all ever fuck with that?
No.
No, not in a long time.
Yeah.
Not in a long time.
This
Hey,
year,
Bird,
the
Miss Berlin,
music.
shut the fuck up, Snaggy, unless you're Docs and Ghosts or Shadows. It's been
Hey,
more than 6
Billy.
hours. Hey, lady. Where's that at, Snaggy? It's been more than 6 hours there, tough guy.
Is he talking to me?
No, I'm talking to your mama, bitch.
Good Lord, Hellbilly.
Well, you the one that was all talking that tough shit. Where that?
Inform me what tough shit, because all my shit's tough. What's up?
Oh yeah, you said you said in 6 hours yesterday. And it was 5:55.
You want me to? Why do you want me to dox Ghost?
Because he doxed me.
Did he today?
Motherfuck you, Snaggy. You know what the fuck's up. Now you said you was gonna do it. Where's it at?
Oh, well, quit crying. Did he dox you today?
He doxes me every day, man. I don't give a fuck. No. I was just saying, I'm just calling you on being a liar because you said you was gonna do it. You didn't. So
you want me to?
yeah, because
I should do that because Hellbilly wants to hold me to that, right?
I'm gonna hold you to it. You said you could do it in 6 hours. You didn't. So therefore, you got to open a GI Joe. That's it, and that's all.
Bro, I knew who Ghost of Shadows was 6 hours before I even talked about it.
Oh yeah, what's his name? And if you say Justin, you're wrong because that just let's that man out of it for now because he ain't even online.
It depends. It depends on where he wants to take things, bro. Why would I attack someone because they attacked you? Explain that to me, Hellbilly.
Because you said you was gonna. I don't give a fuck why you do it. I just want to know you said you was gonna do it, so go ahead and do it, tough guy.
Is it because you
Don't
can't?
talk about it. Be about it. Then never say you're gonna do anything like that again. If you don't do what you said you was gonna do, shut the fuck up talking about it.
Homie, stop.
Homie, I'm just telling you, it makes you look like
you
a fool.
understand?
Bro.
You understand IP addresses. You understand paid
I
service.
give no fucks about IP address. You could have one of them fucking things that you're in Germany. That ain't nothing. And fucking JM's got the IP snagger, and that's how he wanted.
That's not true. Quit. That's a troll. That's a troll, homie. Let me educate you. That's him talking shit about Martin Speaks. There is no way.
Yeah, he did it to books, man. I was there for it. We got him.
No, he didn't. No, stop.
Yes, he did.
Stop.
It happened, bro. I even apologize to books for it because that's the whole reason we got him on panel was for JM to snag his IP, and that's pretty much what pissed off the spooky fags at JM for being a snake like
You know
that.
that's a group of people I've heard about for years and I know nothing about. Who the
there's
fuck are the
a lot of
spooky
good people.
fags?
They're a bunch of trolls. Yeah, they're a bunch of trolls, man. I like a lot of them. A lot of them don't like me.
You
What
come in books
community
all the
did they
time, but I
originate
don't.
in? Like,
I don't ever see them anymore since books is gone.
Yeah, that's the thing. They stick to their own unless you fuck with them.
were they Workyverse or something? Like, where'd they come from?
No, they ain't got nothing to do with Workyverse. They're their own. That more, Music Biz Marty and all that.
Are they fucking?
Yeah, they do, Bird. They do. Some of them still do. A lot of them split. No, they fuck with Cyrax and Jimmy, and you know, a lot of them have split off. It's not even a thing anymore. It's really not. There's just a few people that are still down to clown people, and
Thanks,
really
nephew.
grow. Where there are some that are taking it way too.
I wouldn't want it to be a thing. Be like, hey, rep me on YouTube. Shout out Spooky Fags.
It's kind of cool.
Hey,
Like, that's the scariest fag that I imagine. Like, if I had to think about a fag,
if that was an adult
Spooky would be the worst.
No, I know.
What
But
they talking about,
it is what it is. I give no fuck. I just,
They'd
hey,
be
you
like,
said you're going to do something. I'm calling you out.
I won't get any screenshots.
Hold on, listen.
All right, this is
Dana.
a Snipe. I'm a mute because, well, I'll
You're
jump down.
talking about me and
I'm
you
helping
talk about
Dana.
In
Hold
other
on.
words, I can't
Hell,
allow any of y'all down there too. So
Dana, I hope our recent issues with Square don't come in between us, darling. Because I don't think the two things have nothing to do with each other, and I just hope he don't persuade you to you know, fall out with us, because you know we love you and really enjoy you. So fuck Squarehead though. Okay, that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah. And Miss Dana, ain't nobody going to talk about you fishing with your toenails. I would never. I'm just playing. You're all right by me, Dana.
I love you, Butterbean.
Butterbean. Canoe.
I hear you.
Hi, Miss Bud.
Has
Hey,
he
my
done
old
fucking laid the fuck down or something?
I don't know.
He
My old
probably
lady
did.
was saying hi. Yeah, I don't know if they heard you. Say it again.
Oh, hi, Miss Bud.
Hey, all right.
Baby.
Hi.
Hey, Bernadetta, that's her sister.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
They have had
And then
fake
Snag,
accounts
that's the dude
of
that plays
me.
with his titties.
Oh my lord.
Yeah, I know.
Memorial. Come on, Brownie. Come on, bub. Let me wipe your little feeties off. It's wet. Come on. Come on.
I'd punt that dog clear across his goddamn house.
Now, Brownie ain't got nothing to do with the way that Square acts. Let's not be mean about Brownie.
He stole that dog. Fuck that dog. It's got rabies and whooping cough.
One kick him.
Worm. Because fuck him.
Is my
I'm
chat
just
quit
saying that to
working?
piss Square off.
Do
No, there
what?
we go.
I just say to piss
We
Square
love you
off.
too, Dana. Okay, I was just making sure.
Yeah, Dana's
the
on it.
chat was working.
Now Dana and Sly ain't gonna ever get along, I don't think, again, but it is what it is.
He sounds so fucking far away from his microphone.
Cause he is. He's a fucking idiot. He's probably in there burning pizza, not even near the computer.
Electronic stuff.
You know, when I get a frozen pizza, if we make a frozen pizza, we hook it up with like some extra, you know, you kid up a notch, put some mozzarella on it. I guarantee he just throws it in there like it is, and he probably puts the cardboard in it. What up,
Go
Jay?
around the coast. Come on. No.
What up, everybody?
What up, Gene?
What's
Listen,
up to
you-
all the
listen,
beautiful
Long
people?
story short, he came up to the package.
Yeah.
Here's fucking ass anyway.
He ain't really talking about nothing, is he?
Dana Hall, what's up?
Anybody catch Vic this morning?
No.
I was mad too. Did you?
I did. I was in there for the better part of it, but then I,
Well,
you know,
good. I'm glad you was there.
yeah, I had to be there, man. I miss that goddamn Duel show though, and I told him he got a new intro and stuff, and I dig that one too. But that Duel intro, I love that shit. It's the dude.
What up, Snacks?
How you feeling today, brother? You feeling good?
Oh man, I'm feeling real good, man.
Hell yeah.
Glad to be back off in these YouTube streets.
Hell
Yeah, yeah.
Bird, you've been capping on me. I was down in the chat Saying, hey, boo, throwing hearts and all kind of stuff, Bird.
Or once they get those three major things down, then you focus on that, which sometimes is. I mean, he said he didn't want to be my friend. I don't want to be his, and that wouldn't really, be fair to my other friends because that'd be like, you know, look, I just simply I wanted to be an adult about it to show that person is meant and sincere, which I'm giving them benefit of the doubt. So that's fine. It still doesn't mean that I'm going to, I still recognize though some certain things that while they not point out and acknowledge specifically because I said all doesn't mean I don't still am aware of them as Bambi's plight, you know? I mean, nobody knows some things and stuff that I do. I can pick up on when I'm speaking to somebody one on one, I can pick up what's going on, like what's I can pick up things that I necessarily might not point out, and then again I may point out because I might think it'd be beneficial for the person to let them know that, like, I can tell, and then sometimes if it's really touchy, I won't bring it up because that could, get the person to lash out and be like, why are you in my business? Da, 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 or, I didn't say that, and but you see them thinking it. You know what I mean? Some of you do. You can just sometimes you can tell that somebody's got a lot of stuff going on upstairs, and you know exactly what it's about, or they're feeling a certain type of way, or what have you. Especially if you care about it. Miss Bam's doing fine, but she deserves to be left alone, not be harassed and stuff, just like I do and everybody else. And that's all. That's all that's wanted is what normally anyone expects. But I think we've been a little bit too much on this, so we're gonna switch gears. We're gonna go back to content. If anybody has any suggestions of anything, if you have a wrench, you can put a link. But if you don't, or you have an idea or a name of something, if it's true crime related, body cam related, news related, or even YouTube miscellaneous related, you can share it down in the chat, interesting, etc., and we'll check it out. All right, I'm going to switch devices real quick. All right, testing, and we're back. All right. Now, I showed you a lot of stuff from Morbid Facts, which we watched. I'm wondering to see what updates, if any, are on Law and Crime. Law and Crime is a channel I check out very, very regularly. They pretty much are one of the go-to channels for true crime, body cam, legal analysis, legal court, national level type news. I mean, and trial coverage. They're the go-to. There finally is out body cam footage from the confirmed snipers that spotted the gunman before assassination attempt. And we're thinking about basically, I figured we should watch this and cover this since this was a big event that just happened in our country. For those that are non-American, it still, I think, is a big event for the world because the USA is the world's superpower, and usually everybody cares about who's going to become the president of the United States. So let's check it out.
Guy yes, Beaver County sniper team sent the pictures out. This is him. Okay.
Body camera footage recorded Secret Service agents and other members of law enforcement on the roof where Thomas Matthew Crooks fired shots trying to kill former President Donald Trump.
We have one shooter deceased. I think we have 3 victims in the crowd. Did you guys hear that too?
I'm breaking down the video that shows the confusion and anxiety after the shooting. Welcome to Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. We're getting an up-close look at the confusion among members of law enforcement after Thomas Matthew Crooks fired several shots from a roof in Butler, Pennsylvania, as he tried to kill President Trump. Was Senator Chuck Grassley posted the video on his X account on Tuesday night. Grassley wrote, "Sensitive content. July 13 body cam footage provided more info than Secret Service will share with America. We need, in all caps, detailed answers ASAP on security failures, transparent emergency services unit, and compliance with congressional requests."
Yeah, so someone came up looking to treat him. And
people at the scene. They're trying to sort out who they have and whether other people could have been involved in this. Body is on the roof, but we're not going to show that to you.
yeah, they do. I talked to them. They were people detained were filming. American Water was notified. They authorized. Maybe they were involved. Maybe they weren't. The guys that saw them filming were like, "Oh, they're filming us," and then filming the guy on the roof, and then filming us. And then when the shots started firing, they tried to run away. Like, isn't that what everybody would do that has a phone? I'm not saying they weren't, but you know what I mean? Like that's
It's looking here right now, right?
right. So detain those guys, find out what they know, who they are, whatever. I'm trying to get clear information. Relay back to DC. It's all the water tower. We have one shooter deceased. I think we have 3 victims in the crowd. Did you guys hear that too?
I'm not sure.
So I heard 1 deceased, 2 white fighting.
The most information the public has received about what happened in the moments after the shots were fired. We've learned that snipers were stationed somewhere in a window, but not on the roof where Scott snipers had seen Brooks and felt he was suspicious well before President Trump and the snipers in the window lost sight of Crooks. But was anyone looking for him on the ground? People in the crowd were yelling on cell phone videos, "He's on the roof and he had a gun." At 6:11 p.m. and 33 seconds.
That's crazy, man. Can y'all believe that stuff? We'll argue like, you know, I think after JFK, the Secret Service got really revamped. I think like they were formed after Lincoln, not too long after. Yeah, in 1865 they were founded. And they were and they're part of the Department of the Treasury. That's what's, you know. So not only do they handle the protection of the president and other big, oh my gosh, the founder was Alan Pinkerton. Not the same Pinkerton that created the Pinkerton Detective Agency. Yes. Was a Scottish American Cooper. What's a Cooper? Abolitionist, good man, detective, and spy, best known for creating the Pinkerton National Detective Agency in the United States, and is claimed to have foiled a plot in 1861 to assassinate President-elect Abraham Lincoln. But he wasn't successful every time, unfortunately. See, the Pinkerton Detective Agency is, let me show y'all something real quick. Here we go. This is a scene from Red Dead Redemption 2, which is really Red Dead Redemption 1. It's a prequel. Basically, it appears before the events of Red Dead Redemption.
Eccles.
For Mama.
Sure.
What a find. And in such complex circumstances. Arthur, isn't it? Arthur Morgan?
Who are you?
Yes, Arthur Morgan, Vanderlin's most trusted associate. You've read the files. Typical case. Orphaned street kid seduced by that maniac's silver tongue and matures into a degenerate murderer. Agent Milton? Agent Ross. Pinkerton Detective Agency, seconded to the United States government. Nice to finally meet. We know a lot about you.
Do you?
You're a wanted man, Mr. Morgan. There's $5,000 for your head alone.
$5,000 for me? Can I turn myself in?
We want Vanderlyn.
Oh, Dutch. I haven't seen him for months.
That's so. Because I heard a guy fitting his description robbed a train belonging to Leviticus Cornwall up near Granite Pass.
Oh, ain't that a little old-fashioned nowadays?
Apparently not. Listen. This is my offer, Mr. Morgan. Bring in Vanderlyn. You have my word, you won't swing.
Well, I ain't gonna swing anyways, Agent
Milton.
You see, I haven't done anything wrong, aside from not playing the games to your rules.
Spare me the philosophy lesson. I've already heard it from Mac Callender.
Mac Callender?
He was pretty shot up by the time I got to him. So really, it was more of a mercy killing. Slow, but merciful.
You enjoy being a rich man's tool.
I enjoy society, flaws and all. You people venerate savagery, and you will die. Savagely. All of you.
Oh, we're all gonna die, Agent.
Some of us sooner than others. Good day, Mr. Morgan.
Goodbye. Enjoy your fishing, kid, while you still can.
Who are they?
I want y'all to watch this real quick.
Goodbye.
Sooner than others. Good day, Mr. Morgan.
Goodbye. Enjoy your fishing, kid, while you still can.
His hand right here, I'm gonna have to slow it down, but I want you to watch his right hand above his and he clenches it up, and he's wanting to draw as this guy turns around, because he knows it's just two of them. He could take the quick. I mean, they would just and you'd leave quick as that. I mean, that's all it would take. But Jack is there. Jack says, "Who are they?" That's when you notice him stop his hand.
A fishing, kid, while you still can.
Who are
Yeah,
they?
he puts his hand up because he's like, "I can't do that."
No one to worry about, no one at all. Come on, let's pick up your things and get home. It's getting late, Jack. Your mother will be worried. Let's head back.
And then not too long, I love this game. It's a real good writing and story.
Oh, why aren't they texting me back? Are they mad at me? Do they not like me anymore? Security asked for reassurance.
It's going to work out, John. It's going to work out. Listen to Dutch.
Now, I don't expect you to understand this, but I have never been more proud of you than I am right now, brother. You're doing the right thing.
If I don't get that boy back safe, she'll kill us all.
I know, but looking at this logically, well, that boy is fine. They took him to scare us. Nobody takes a boy to harm him.
He's right, John.
What do you think, Arthur?
My boy will be fine. But, well, of course, Marston's scared rotten. I mean, we killed all those people. We stirred up all that trouble.
For nothing? No, not for nothing. For living. Now, we get that boy back, and we go. Trust me.
Hey, Dutch, we got a problem. Not a problem. Visitors. A solution. Good day, fine people. Mr. Vanderlind, Mr. Matthews, I presume. And who are you?
Rip Van Winkle.
Huh. Good day, sir. Agent Milton, Pinkerton Detective Agency. Agent Ross. Ah, Mr. Morgan, nice to see you again.
And to what do we owe the pleasure, Agent Moron?
I don't know if you're aware, but this is a civilized land now. We didn't kill all them savages only to allow the likes of you to act like human dignity and basic decency. It was outmoded or not yet invented. This thing, it's done.
This place ain't no such thing as civilized. It's man. So in love, greed, he has for heights.
And as a consequence, that lets you take what you please, kill whom you please. It's of us. Who made you the messiah to these lost souls you've led so horribly astray?
I'm nothing but a seeker, Mr. Milton.
You ain't much of anything more than a killer, Mr. Vanderlind. But I came to make a deal deal. It's time. You come with me, and I give the rest of you 3 days to run off, disappear, and go and live like human beings somewhere else.
You came for me? Risk life and limb in this den of low lives?
I don't want to kill all these folk, Dutch. Just you.
In that case,
I think your new friend should leave now, Dutch.
something to live and die for. How awful for us. Mr. Milton, stop following us. We'll be gone soon.
I'm afraid I can't. And when I return, I'll be with 50 men. All of you will die. Run away from this place, you fools! Run!
Come on.
Get your damn hands off of me, boy.
What now?
We get out of here. And quick. Any ideas?
I know a big old house hidden in the swamps outside Saint Denis. I'm sure they'll find us eventually, but it should buy us a few days.
A few days is all we need.
There's a spot out by Shady Bell. Lenny and I got into that dispute with the previous occupiers. Place is well hidden.
You and Arthur, right out to make sure no one else has moved in. Lenny, go follow those fools out of here. Make sure that they leave. And John, we'll get Jack back, and we'll get going. Rest of you, get packing!
Yeah, great story. So that guy that who we were looking at and how, don't worry, we're gonna go back. How does it tie in? So that guy, Alan Pinkerton, was, you know, the founder of that, and he also founded the Secret Service Agency. So, and let me tell you something a little bit about Pinkerton Detective Agency. They're still in operation today, although their name is changed. They actually tried to sue Red Dead Redemption for using their stuff in that video game. This is now they're now it's just Pinkerton, and this is their image. It's an eye, this eye right here. Let's see if I can make it bigger. Yeah. I mean, they're worth like, they've been in operation since 1850, so 174 years. And it was a private law enforcement organization. It's the largest in the world. And the height of its power was from 1870 to the 1890s, founded in 1850 by Alan Pinkerton and Chicago attorney Edward Rucker. And it was first known as the Northwestern Police Agency. Pinkerton became famous because he foiled the Baltimore plot to assassinate Lincoln in 1861. And he hired the agents of Pinkerton to conduct espionage against the Confederacy and act as his personal security during the Civil War. Not only did they do that, but the reason why they're in Red Dead is because the Pinkerton Detective Agency was responsible after the Civil War of dealing with basically people still trying to keep slavery going. Then you have the expansion and the more so taming of the West, because the West was like a open, like less than lawless, land compared to the East and the southern states. Like out West was all, so during all of that, that's why in Red Dead, Dutch is always talking about them getting enough money, hopefully, to get back out West where they could live safely. They wouldn't have to worry about Pinkerton's they thought if they got farther out west, they didn't know. I mean, and in history, though, later on, they, got all the way out there. I mean, eventually, but uh, so as a result, there was a lot of gangs, right? You had stagecoach robbery, you had train robbery, you had bank robbery, all that, and there would be gangs like the Vanderlyn gang throughout history, and that was one of the things the Pinkertons helped with. They also had a hand in helping with a lot of assisting in with the army during its taming of the West and their taming and colonization of the Indian lands. So the Pinkerton Agency has a long, long ass history. Long history. I wonder. I guess I'm gonna have to watch Dagburn now from my channel because see, Bird's a mod over there. So, if I go to her channel, then, you know, one second, guys. I'll be right back, guys. Be right back. I'll put some music on while I'm away for a moment. Um,
She know I love her to death, you heard? I'm up and ranking, I do this for real. You little bitty bitch and I'm still in the field. Hey, I'm up and ranking, I'm family. And if I ever they know numbers too high in Texas, don't go back and forth. Why now this is what I say about the sound a little different. We put on the with the plug. I'll take whatever come behind this hill. I'm in love right now. Yeah. Say I'm posted in the trenches and some shit I can't get out of. She know I love her to death, you heard? I'm up and ranking, I do this for real. You little bitty bitch and I'm still in the field. Hey, I'm up and ranking, I'm still in the
I'm sorry that played again. I guess that probably started. Yeah, it was on the repeat. Excuse me, y'all. But anyways, so how's everybody else doing here? Who do we still left in here? The people that are in here, they're sincere. I really thank you guys. You know, I don't you know, I have a lot of stuff that anyways, sorry about that. So you know, I get people saying that I don't know, you know, all types of things, and it's immaterial. But you guys that hang in here, you know, the 9 of you that in here, maybe 3, hell, maybe 4 of you is legit. And if just one of you is legit, I mean, that's all right with me. People don't understand. I'm not on here for a popularity contest. It never was that. Yeah, I can't go where I want. Like, if I want to watch Dagburn, like, I'm gonna have to pull it up. So, because like I can't go there. You know, how am I gonna go to Dagburn's when, you know, like, I, you know, doesn't look like he's had much lives, anyways. Okay, hold on. All right, let's check out something that's Johnny Goble related. It's about the only thing I can find that seems interesting. Don't really care who it's put out by, but oh well, gotta listen to it. Hey, Miss Pitbull, that includes you. I think you'd be at Johnny's, and I'd ask you, you know, could you know, would you make sure and ask Johnny that, like, I not be not be wrongfully blocked, because I think that's the is she'll make sure I'm blocked. You know, because she's petty like that. She can't just, you know, she couldn't have just came on Discord and been like, "Square, we're done," you know. And then maybe if I said something, started talking. But if I never said anything about her, which I wouldn't have, if she had kept it respectfully private, then okay. Hold on. Oh,
You guys reading this?
Yeah. Like, who does this though? Someone contacting him on Instagram. Like, God.
Somebody wake up Johnny. My God. He's gonna sleep till noon.
Good Lord. Like,
tell him to come get his woman over here.
Who does that?
He's got his crazy exes fucking blowing me up on the phone.
No, she's on IG. It doesn't have to blow your phone up. Change settings to where it doesn't then every time. You can do that. You know, I believe so.
How's my mic? Is it loud? Banging? Can somebody wake him up? He's got his bitches over here fucking harassing me.
No, he doesn't.
I don't know this bitch. I don't give a fuck about her. You need to move on, Brittany. You need to move on, miss.
Maybe you should be more responsible, like who you have on your panels. Because what she's done so far is just ask him who he is, if he's this person she's looking for. And she's like, did you let somebody come on panel and bash my son? And he said, I don't know. I'm live every day. He knows damn good and well, John. He's been up there and talked about her son. He's playing dumb. This is his content.
My God, you're still. Where's your man? Why are you alone in this picture? Where's your man?
Why are you alone in yours?
Why are you talking to me late?
Why are you showing this lady's private messages to you? You could have just blocked her. You're making it into content. You're making it into something. That's how bored you are.
Like, look. So I'm there. I'm sitting there smoking a bowl, looking at the moon. Because one of my windows, I could see the moon. Excuse me. So I'm just sitting there smoking a bowl, looking at the moon. I'm talking to people on Instagram. People call me and shit and talk to me. I'm a pretty big deal, if you guys didn't know. And pretty big. She's messaging me, right?
She's
So
not.
I'm just
She's
smoking a
not
bowl,
just
looking at the
messaging
moon.
you.
Literally, just kind of bullshit.
She's not
on
just
Instagram with
messaging
people.
you. She's asking you a pretty straightforward question because somebody probably told her.
So she hits me up. And this might not be her. I don't know. It sounds like her.
Well, she said you didn't know what she sounds like if you don't know her.
She says, so you're AD, huh? I'm like, what the fuck? She's like AD and who the guy that does panels on YouTube? I'm like, yeah. Can I ask you something? Did you allow someone to come on your panel and speak ill of my son? Question mark. Guess you didn't want to talk about that. Because I waited because I was talking to people on Instagram. Like, I know that you don't have a man, you don't have anybody, any friends, anybody to talk to late at night or ever, probably. Who knows?
Didn't you just sit there and make her wait? Oh, no. Okay. So he already had some of it. All right. Never mind.
Deal around here. And so.
Never mind.
She's like, tell people everything about my life. Well, off of YouTube, man, Instagram. I'm like, yeah. Can I ask you something? Did you allow someone to come on your? Because I like, but I was busy. I was chatting with like 20 people last night, just chopping it up, having fun. And I told you I'm friends with a lot of the people off of YouTube, man. We fucking laugh, we fucking joke, we fucking just talk about anything, our life, our personal and behind YouTube, folks, where I tell people everything about my life. People.
Yeah, and guess what? There's some people that take advantage advantage of that for people that they target whenever somebody thinks they're developing a private. That's why I say, unless you're really sure and it's with them, because you know it could be rock solid whoever he's talking to and whatever. One thing goes wrong online here one day, it could bring it all crashing down. And hell, he don't know if that person and that person don't know if he hadn't recorded their shit or nothing. Like, if you're a true friend of somebody's, you're not going to be recording conversations. You're not going to be trying messages and then try to offer them up to haters to sell them. You know, you're not going to do things like that. You're only going to ever put anything out that might be have been private or something if somebody lies on you to prove that you're not lying. That's the only is in those exceptions. And if there's anything like that really don't need to be revealed, then you can still make your point, then you cover.
People know a lot more than what I just spit out on here, because people I trust, obviously.
Like, he's showing his Instagram, and while it's zoomed out and it's kind of hard to see, you could, okay, he's doxing 1, 2, 3, 4 names on his personal IG. And somebody can take this and they can zoom in and see the type of pictures they have. And guess what? You just doxed 4 people on IG. So, like, you know how I know that? Because I done that accidentally. Yeah, one of them ways, you know, I was chatting with, who was it? Oh, sure, one of them. And that was when, you know, I flashed to show my Instagram to show something on the side like you're trying to do right now. But, you know, that's why you need to get something. Well, I'm not going to do the work for you. You need to get a software that's cloud-based screen recording. So your screen recording is, you know, always high def or whatever, and it's on the cloud. You know, you don't have to bog up your space, and then it'll come with a blur tool, so that when you screen record, you can blur certain things that you don't want seen, or that by showing them technically means you dox somebody innocent, like AD just did 4 times. So, I mean, and he'd be right along with people that were saying, that'd be saying, "Oh, he's a doxer, doxer." Da, 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 da. Ow, Brownie, you're choking me. You stepped on my neck. You stepped on my neck. Why you step on my neck? You're standing on me. You're standing on me right now. Now you're standing on my chest. What do you want? I ain't got nothing for you. I ain't got nothing. Hey, 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 it hurts. Your paws hurt, but digging into me. It hurts, Daddy. Ow, 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 ow. I go, ow, ow. He backs up. He looks down. He's like, "You okay?" Like, it's so cute. I'll be playing with him. He starts like biting at my hand, play biting. Sometimes he'll bite a little hard. It's really not that hard, but I'll go, "Ow!" And he'll let go and he'll go start licking in my hand. Like, "I'm sorry." It's so cute. Yeah. All right. I love you. You gonna have to get off me though. Come on. I'm doing a lap. Get off. Yeah, there you go. Sitting here on my side, and he comes over and he just gets right on me. Just puts his little paws right on my side and on my chest. just like standing up, like, what's up?
She's not gonna like this. First off, don't just
So you're doing this, Tiger.
message me at 11:30 like this and be fucking weird.
Most people don't have their phones. You know, they have this thing on your phone called routines and modes, where you can set your phone between a certain time to be on silent completely or do not disturb. You know, and other times ring, and you know, you can set that up. And guess what? You could get 50, 30 messages, 100 more emails, and hell, even a video chat request, maybe even a Facebook friend request, and some news notifications and weather notifications. Guess what? You won't hear a lick of them if between, say, 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. your phone set to be 5:30, whatever you need.
Number one, lady, I don't know you. I know that you're Johnny's ex that hasn't got over him, and you're still obsessed with him. And my best advice to you, miss, is to move on with your life if you can. Find a new man and let him fuck you in the pussy, because you are obsessed with Johnny. Johnny's got a new woman.
Bro, to hear what you just said, because number one, she didn't say a word about Mama Bear and her cub, or at least the cub, and now you're bitching about it. And she came to you privately. She didn't make a video. She didn't make a community. She didn't do any of that. She came to you privately, and you air her out on YouTube and disrespect her and say something like, "Go get a man, have him fuck you in the pussy," as if that will make a woman's problems just all melt away. Maybe for, you know, it'll seem like it, at least for a good while, but I mean, still, like, you know how disrespectful that is.
All right. He's got a new woman you're obviously jealous of. So I'm sorry, Britt, but you're coming off like a weird stalker, and you're fucking been doing this shit. You used to dress up like him.
Bro, do you realize that they're from the same town? Like, he's been with Miss Goebel now for a while. Like, so it's like now you're taking JG's side, right? You was just on him though here a while back when that one young man had to say some stuff, and they was trying to call him a pedo again and all that crazy crap, or at the very least, and a baby abuser and beater, woman beater stuff. And then you turn around and you talk shit on him for trolling and doing silly shit that, like, which he could throw the same shit back to you. Now he's like, "Where Johnny at? You need to get over Johnny." Like now, this is what I mean by flip flop AD.
Lady, you have mental issues.
You're not a doctor. You realize without saying a disclaimer before or after you say some shit like this, like, I mean, no, but you don't think about that because you're not a responsible YouTuber.
Have severe fucking mental issues. Once who I am, my son is Cameron Goebel. Well,
I believe you know full well who that is, AD. You ain't been here the full 2 years, but you've been here about a good, year and some change. You know who the hell that is. You know when she said when you saw that last name, you knew who it had to be.
It soon. Keep it real and be a man here.
Yeah.
Number one, lady, I don't know who the fuck you think you are, but I'll do whatever I want, including show all your messages.
Yeah, I mean, I could probably end it here, but I mean, just the entitlement, the arrogance, the antisocialness,
Number one, lady, I don't know who the fuck you think
I
you
don't know
are.
who the fuck you think you are, but I think I'll do whatever I want.
But I'll do whatever I want, including show all your messages. I don't know who the fuck you think you are. Honestly. Be a man.
Who do you think you are?
And here, bitch, I'm sitting here smoking a bowl, talking to my friends, and you message me out of the blue. Over what? Your fucking weirdo son? Fuck you and fuck your son.
Bro, I thought this dude don't talk about kids. This is the same dude that got on to me for bringing up what I heard about somebody not being a responsible parent. It's like, so what in the fuck, man?
Fuck you and fuck your weirdo son. I heard that motherfucker's a pervert. How about that?
So right there, you just admitted that full well. Yeah, I remember exactly what Johnny said about him. All this dude needs to have the word douche tattooed right on his forehead.
How about
Like
your
a little
son's a
sticker
pervert?
on his shirt that says, "Hello, I'm a douche canoe. My name is douche canoe, anonymous dude. Nice to meet you."
Bitch. How about that? How about I don't like you and I don't like your son? How about that? How about you be a woman and fucking grow up? Fucking go find another man.
How about you be a man? How about you be a man that sits majority of his time and plays video games and YouTube, and you want to tell people to grow up who are older than you and probably don't sit and play video games or do YouTube as much as you do?
How about that? How about that?
Or smoke as much weed as you do.
How about that?
Because like he has to so numb his receptors from reality. That's why he's always smoking all that he can. And that's why he likes to smoke bowls instead of blunts. See, he can't smoke and then go a few hours. He's got to smoke a little bit, smoke a little bit, smoke a little bit, stop. Maybe wait 20 minutes later, smoke another bowl. 20 minutes later, smoke 2 more bowls. Another 20 minutes later, smoke 3 bowls. I mean, I guarantee you, he just smoked bowl after bowl after bowl after bowl and Fallout game, whatever the fuck he's playing, Scooby Doo.
I'm alive every day, not sure if someone bashed your kid, which
The fact that you said I'm alive every day but he wants to bitch. And this is one of the people that have talked about me going live. And here's the thing. Yeah, I'm going live a lot of every days, but I haven't gone live every single damn day.
I just did. Fuck him. He's a weirdo. I heard he does shit to kids. I have no idea.
About, let's see, you've said that to the Gene team, which I'm just using as an example. Fuck them. You've said that to me in your pursuit of trolling. I mean, you've said it about Carrie. You thought it and wondered it and eventually came to the conclusion it's not about JG, but you almost could say you pretty much thought it too there for a short minute at least. I mean, you seem to suspect that of a lot of people. And look, I kind of understand because there is a boatload of fucking creep shit happening today. You turn on Law and Crime, you see the epidemic of teacher shit. So, but I'm just saying, like, I think you just go a little bit too fast. At like, why don't you wait to see a little bit more without having to say it before you like really know? Because once you say something like that, even if you later recant, the damage has been done.
Is that true? He tried to fuck his sister, and then all the Creek Squad's taking pictures with him. Yeah, that's why half a Creek Squad I don't hang out with, the other half I hang out with. You see what half I hang out with. The type that don't take pictures with fucking weirdos that fuck their sister. That's the half I hang out with.
Bro. He done did a complete 360 from Johnny Goble giving shit to like, hey, Johnny Goble said this, so it must be true. Look, I'm not saying it's not, but I'm not going to lie. When I first heard that in the summer of 2002, because that's when it first got said, it was said to the mother as she was outside near the ex, and it was on YouTube. Everybody saw it. I still think, that's horrible. It's wrong, but I don't think. Let's put it this way. Here's what I want to ask. The other stuff can be asked like later, but here parties closest related should ask them, like, did it happen? No. Okay, it didn't happen. Make sure everybody that saw that damn video knows that in the public now and can spread that, and then drop it. And then whatever else is true or not true, let those parties hash it out privately, and find out. And if something is there, maybe they can get the person. I don't know what you would do, but I don't have to like help in any, like, it's not that I wouldn't, but I'd be scared that I'd end up getting mad and messing up somebody getting justice. And I mean, people might say, oh, we did the right thing, but still other people wouldn't. Not that I'm gonna say, but there's just some people out there that believe like you can't, even on the most heinous crimes, you can't take the law into your own hands, because then you make things out to be like the Wild Wild West sort of, and it's vigilante justice, and supposedly that's wrong in society. But you know what? Usually, if it's some, I don't want to ever have to think about having to defend myself or hurt anybody, because I couldn't. When I watch movies and somebody gets hurt, like in the Saw films and stuff, it don't even have to be that graphic. It could not. Saw films is a bad example because it's graphic, but a lesser movie that's not as graphic, Scream or something. Even Nightmare on Elm Street. It's almost like I'm about to imagine and feel it oncoming that happening to me. So that's why I say I don't really think I could. I wouldn't. If I had to protect somebody actively, I would, especially a innocent or young person. But I just hope to God doesn't need me in that situation. But if I am, I will. If I go to jail, I go to jail, I guess. But AD, my point is, man, I got a little off track. My point is, dude, is like you ain't got no confirmation of that. You're going off what somebody said. And while Johnny's been right about a lot, and he was light on and stuff, like I'm not switching up, flip flopping on Johnny because I like Johnny, but that's just something I don't know about, and I really don't think I want to know about it. Nor do I think it should have like really been on the internet either. But it is what it is. Because imagine if it's not true. See, the weight of it being not true and being something that maybe was thought of or someone got the wrong idea on something, or somebody else told it and someone believed it, starting off in life. You don't want to damage their name or whatever. Not even that. You don't want to say something that's not true and someone, take what they see as justice into their hands.
You see what I'm saying? Creek Squad's a pretty big fucking group. I don't know if you guys noticed. It's kind of segregated a little bit. So
Thank
anyway.
you, Mr. Pitbull. I'm sorry. I'm just now looking at the comments again, but I appreciate it, Mr. Pitbull. You don't have to, because I don't want you to get banned or anything yourself. So just think about it. Don't just do it because I thought of it and asked.
Did you allow?
Yes.
Did you?
Yes.
Johnny,
Chi. Yes.
I said, yeah. How many channels? I have 4 channels. Be straight up. She keeps telling me this. Why wouldn't I be straight up? Why wouldn't I be straight up with you? Have I not been honest so far in my comments? Like, what do you want? Why don't you be straight up? Why are you contacting me? Why are you feel the need at 11:30 p.m. at night to start reaching out to me? I'm just curious.
To Jim, and he'll see it when he does.
What do you want? That's what I'm wondering. Most people that message me, either they
I'm
just want
playing
bullshit.
devil's advocate, because here again, I don't know really this other person. I mean, I said hi and seen them on YouTube long ago, but I don't know them. I don't support them. I wasn't a mod for them, anything like that. So keep that in mind. I'm playing the devil's advocate.
Just want to talk. Whatever, man. And we bullshit for 10, 20 minutes, and I fucking say I gotta go. Sometimes me and Cashville, we talk all night long. 5-hour phone calls. It's worse than Rich Newbuck, folks. He's worse than Rich Newbuck. I'm just kidding. Cash is my guy.
Not really.
He's fun to talk to. You guys just got to get to know him. Some of you guys that making fun of him, he's Cashville. He's all right. Trust me. You ain't got to take my word for it. Like, I got to convince you to like my friend. But he for real. He's funny, dude. It's fine. Whatever. If you don't like him, you don't like him. You think he's a pineapple head, whatever. He's a pineapple head. I don't care. Somebody said he looked like Bert from Sesame Street. Or Ernie? Which one's the one with the round head? I always forget. Anyway. Oh, my God. My channels are nothing important. That's what I said, which is true. I just kind of keep it casual. What would be good way for an investigator to get in touch with you? It can be a text now number. It doesn't matter. And no one's trying to get you in any trouble. Nothing important. And then I go, I said Homer is crying. She said, is that funny to you? I said, people like you think shit is funny until it affects people's daily lives. I don't live in YouTube fairy tale land, she says. Like, dude, this is all I said. Like, look at what I've said. Nothing bad. Like, one word responses, dude. And she's
Yeah, you know exactly what you're doing, dude. What do you mean? No, I haven't said anything bad. That's the whole point. She's just asking one simple question, and you're like biting, but not biting and giving the answer to her that she wants. You're just like, I can't be responsible. I can't remember everything. Then like, oh God, you know what? He is. Oh yeah, he's heard it. He's let it on his panel. Like, you're being a dick. You know what you're doing.
losing. Her tits are on fire. I could tell.
See?
Oh, her tits are on fire, and I'm not probably responding right away because I'm talking to a bunch of people. And I was in the middle of like 10 conversations, and
This dude thinks he's a CEO or something. Not even a CEO is having 10 conversations at one time. Exaggerator. Like people have said before, AD's always, I got the biggest, the best, I got the most conversations. He's kind of almost like Trump in that regard. Remember Trump's old days where he was like, we got the biggest and the best. There was more people than anything. You couldn't see more people than this. You couldn't imagine it. It was just huge. Huge. Remember that? That's kind of
had someone vouch for you.
Hey, little boy.
I trust.
What you doing,
Damn,
Bubba?
I hate that.
Fanny?
Yeah, don't vouch for me.
Yeah, your boy.
Who vouched for me? Who told Brittany I would help her with Johnny Goebel? Did you bump your fucking head? Who told her that? Did you bump your fucking head? You told some man's ex-wife who should have moved on 20 years ago and had a whole nother family, not even be thinking about Johnny. Dressing like Johnny, running around with a muffler falling off her car. I remember your videos, Brittany. You used to run around dressed up like your ex with your muffler loud as you were speaking. Like, going down the road. Oh, here comes Brittany. She's stalking us again. Melinda.
Oh my God.
We can hear her coming from a mile away with that fucking muffler. Acting like him. I don't know who told you I would be friendly to you. I really don't know you. I don't want to help you with your fucking weird case and your weird fucking hillbilly family. Did you bump your head, bitch? Who the fuck told her I would take time out of my day, number one, to work with an informant? Do I look like a fucking informant to you, bitch? You think I'm gonna work with the police or an investigator? Bitch. Somebody didn't tell you about me. I don't work with the fucking cops. I don't need the fucking cops. If I need something done, I do it myself. I assume authority. I assume responsibility. That's why I've never needed the cops. Because I handle shit my fucking self. I don't need a fucking investigator. People rely on that shit are fucking locals, dude. Fucking locals.
Here we go with the local talk.
Oh, I got an investigator. Will you work with them against my ex?
This dude don't realize he's a local himself, if anything. Like,
because you know you can help me. Yeah, I probably could help you, but you weren't nice to me. You got to talk to me nice if you want help. You were rude. You're a bitch. I could tell.
Look at you talking to a woman like that. Man, Guy Fawkes is out of control, y'all. Woke Guy Fawkes. That's AD. Your little avatar is what I ought to call you. The woke Guy Fawkes. Woke Guy Fawkes is triggered, guys. I mean, like, how dare a mother inquire about, the state of him being irresponsible on a panel and letting someone slander his son on something that he's never been charged with or convicted with, which means in the legal world and in the real world that adults adhere to, he's not what but, I mean, and you let it got said that was his fact. You got to own that. And you need to say, well, I didn't say. And let me clarify that, if I have guests on here and they say something, if it can't be verified as fact and just to them it's fact, well, then I'm going to consider that their opinion and ask y'all to consider it the same. But you got to have, a disclaimer saying, all views of guests are, responsible for their, views and statements and different things. But you still have a certain level of responsibility. Like, you gotta let your guests know they can't say crazy shit like, oh, just for example, freaking Martin is a, P word or something. You can't have that. I mean, and people have tried pulling the whole, well, it's my, opinion. Like, they've tried going on public places, being like, well, it's my opinion that he's a da da da, yeah, and they've been sued. And when it got to a court in front of a jury, and they tried to say, and the other side said, well, he asserted clearly after or before that it was his opinion, that he didn't have anything to, yeah, okay, if he had done that one time, but here he is on this occasion, here the person is on this occasion, and here they are on this occasion, all three interviews, back to back to back, harping, sometimes more than once or for more than a few minutes on the subject, it over and over. And on one time, they didn't even mention that it was their opinion. They stated it like it was fact. Do you think the jury is not going to see through that? Like, people try to circumvent the law with loopholes and technicalities all the time, and they think it works. Sometimes it does. Other times it don't.
Hell, by the way you speak to me here, you're a fucking bitch. I could tell. If we were dating, you'd be trying to like alpha male me, and you'd try and put on a strap on, wouldn't you? And fuck me.
That's the first thing this guy goes to is homosexual thoughts. Like, and with a woman, no less. Like, I thought he would just do this maybe like when he shit talks guys or other men, but no, man. He's thinking about digging the booty with a woman, but only her doing it to him.
That's when you.
You sick
Tell me the truth.
motherfucker.
If I said I want steak for dinner, you would say, "Well, too bad, bitch. I'm making hot dog water, and now take this strap on." Right? Yeah, I know how that goes. Okay.
Oh, you do,
I mean, not
huh?
my
You got some personal experience?
experience, but I know.
Oh,
women
yeah.
Like you, what you try and do? No, that's not going to happen. All right. I'm not eating your
Where
hot
did
dog
you
water.
read in a magazine, beware of the woman who will serve you hot dog water and then want to hit you with a strap on?
You're not going to clap my butt cheeks with your fucking strap on, bitch.
You seem really fixated on that. I think you must have had a traumatic experience, AD. It's okay. It's okay, AD, to keep things inside when you're ready.
All right. I say, I'm not sure exactly why you're mad. She says, I'm not mad. I said, clearly stated I wasn't mad. Okay, so why would you have to state that you're not mad before I even asked if you were mad? You're triggered, bitch. You're triggered.
No, it sounds like that you're triggered over her messaging you, and so you're trying to reverse this and say you're triggered. You're doing a classic troll. Troll got trolled and tries to turn it into a troll for themselves. Showing private messages isn't really a troll.
What?
If anything, you're mooing, and you're mooing because of her, so she's trolled you. Facts. And she trolled you without even doing it, which would kind of make her a, unknown, like a natural but unknown, unaware troll. I mean, right? Or
Yeah,
right?
Johnny is a dumb hick.
He hates everybody.
A lot of these dumb hicks are fucking retarded, dude. You guys
dumb hicks, huh? Okay, you Yankee.
Gotta realize they might have some street smart a little bit, but they just never grew up,
Yeah, kind of like them Yankees that never grew up.
A lot of these fucking idiots. So anyway, then she says, and then I just say, I'm smoking a bowl, staring at the moon, which she goes, buzzed. Advised. Okay, cool. But why be a fucking ass to me? Number one, how am I being a fucking ass? You're being a fucking ass to me. You're messaging me, asking me weird questions like I'm on a fucking police interrogation.
You could have simply said fuck off, or just blocked her and not said anything instead of doing all this for 30 minutes.
Who I'm having up, what's going on, bitch. I don't care about you and your perverted son. Okay, go tell your son to not be a pervert. I don't know what to tell you.
Whew.
Go tell Cameron, quit being a fucking pervert. All right, sisters are not for fucking. Okay, sisters are not for fucking. Jesus Christ. Like, why are you messaging me, bitch? You should be talking to your son. You should be messaging your son that sisters are not for fucking.
How do you know she didn't investigate
Don't
that
message
and find
me,
out it was
bitch.
bullshit?
You want me to tell him?
How do you know that? You don't.
I'll fucking tell him. You obviously need some sort of man in your life.
Oh my God.
To fucking sort your shit out, right? Because you're too stupid to get one yourself. So, motherfucking Cameron, if you're listening, sisters are not for fucking. Okay, bud? Yeah, you little weirdo. All right, go get a girlfriend and fucking do it the normal way. All right? She'll probably be 400 pounds. You get what you get. You don't throw a fit.
Wow.
That motherfucker didn't seem like the brightest bulb on the tree to me anyway. He seemed kind of fucking retarded.
I never seen or heard from
I
any of
usually
these
smoke
people
a bowl and look at the moon.
besides Brittany. I mean,
Type of people don't
I guess there was a
act
video he was in. I ain't seen it.
that way. Well, bitch, I was smoking a bowl and looking at the fucking moon because I have the best view of the moon from one of my rooms in my house. One of my rooms
He's
has
got
a
the
fucking
best of
sick
everything,
view.
y'all. He's got the best
At night.
windows and the best view and the best
It's sick.
angle. And the best dogs with the best bark.
Oh, someone's here. So anyway, probably package. I was warned that was your little MO to fuck around with people, try and play games.
Yep.
First, bitch, you said that my that somebody sent you here because you could trust me.
Yeah.
Then you said that I learned this is your MO to fuck around with people and try to play games. So which is it? Am I trustable or do I fuck with people and play games?
Well, that was before you started
Which one
being
is
a
it?
dick.
Do you like
Now that
me
you've
or
been a
don't you
dick,
like me?
you've been playing
Probably don't like
games
me
to
so
her.
much right now. I'm pretty sure.
See?
I'm doing what your ex does. Show messages, right? You're familiar with this. I know you've been down this fucking road. Hurry now, screenshot it.
Oh, so Johnny did it.
Bitch, I don't need to
so that
screenshot.
makes
I'm
it
going live and
okay?
showing all your messages. Why do I need to screenshot anything? That's how retarded you are. That's how retarded you are. You are
No.
fucking
She
retarded.
probably didn't expect you
I don't
to
know
go
if
through
anybody's
all
ever
of
told you
this
that.
over
You are
some
honestly fucking
messages
retarded. I could tell by this whole
from
interaction.
somebody that's not even
This is the first time I've ever talked to you.
made YouTube videos on you at all.
And I'm not even talking. You're just, your fucking tits are on fire, lady. My God.
You like having tits on fire, don't you?
My God.
You think that they're on fire. That's all you're ever thinking about is tits on fire.
Oh,
We got some tits on fire.
they're
bro.
both named
Tits
Brittany.
on fire.
It'd be Brittany versus Brittany. My wife would beat the fuck out of this bitch. My wife would beat the fuck out
I
of
got the best wife with the best muscles.
a lot of bitches. She don't give a fuck, dude. She'll fight. She don't give a fuck.
All right, that's I can't take. Is there anything else to this, really?
That's what makes me love her.
can't
Anyway,
take any
back
more
into
of
the
it.
messages.
Yeah, scumfuck.
Hurry. Why do you got to be weird? Why can't you have a normal conversation with someone? You got kids? Like, dude, why do I want to talk about my family with you? Why do I want to even know you? You're literally Johnny Gobble's ex. Why do I want to know you?
I don't think she was asking you to know her. I think she just was asking one simple question.
Like, you're the one he dumped.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that. He dumped you.
Damn, JG. He's fucking seriously putting you down too in the same time.
You think, like, imagine how that's got to feel for your psyche. Like, you got to feel like shit. You probably drink every.
Your psyche obviously don't feel like nothing. It's so fucking blocked from marijuana that you just don't feel shit. That and all your fucking,
day,
I
don't
guess, other shit. You just non-empathetic, huh? No sympathy, nothing.
you. Do you drink your pain? A lot of weak women just drink their pain away every night. Were
I
you drinking
know
last
it'd
night?
be better.
That way you
It'd be better for her to smoke hers, risk heart disease.
decided just to blow me up out of the blue? Saying you trust me, but then I fuck around and play games? Oh, I know how to play games. I know how to play games.
Oh, we know. We've been watching you
love
play
playing fuck
games
around.
since
You know what I
this
mean?
whole message. You've been playing games.
It's my favorite game. You should have asked somebody. You should have asked somebody before you just, blindly fucking just message people. This is why you're in court all the time, too. You're not even supposed to be talking about Johnny.
You're in a private conversation. Well, it was private until you decided without her permission and consent to fucking make it public to the world. You really, man, you act just like a turd. Some other turds I know. But you're your
I
own
quit being
person.
friends with Johnny because he snitched on half the neighborhood. I don't hang out.
You don't even know that. Like, you just lie, misinformation, stuff I've been told, and I've done no research, stuff I've been told.
With snitches. I never have, never will. Don't need to. There's enough people in the world where I can be happy without hanging out with the snitch. You know what I mean? And then because if some gangster ass motherfucker comes around me.
AG's talking about like he's really a snitch and acting like he's really a gangster, like it matters who the fuck somebody might have told the police back in the day. Like, what if he only ever dealt with the police when he needed to legitimately? What if he never said? How do you know for a fact he did? He said that he said stuff, and I know he said stuff and done stuff he don't mean that was a troll. He meant it as a troll. Did everybody else automatically take it as trolls? No, obviously not everybody. Like that guy. I mean, you know.
Me, he'd be like, "Who's your friends? Snitches?" Some gangster, like thuggish, ruggish killer comes, and he's like, you know, who knows? Maybe I become Vlad TV and I interview gangster rappers without incriminating them. And then they come on my show and they're like, no, your best friend's Johnny Gobble. I'm not going to do your show. You see what I mean? Just cost me an opportunity because he wanted to snitch on the whole fucking on the whole goddamn neighborhood. Not my problem. Well, you probably have a lot of reporting back to do. She thought I was like reporting everything back. No, bitch. I'm just going to do a live and show your messages because fuck you. I don't care about you. I don't care about your perverted son. Don't give a fuck. You're supposed to be living your own life. You should have been moved on from Johnny fuck 20 years ago. I don't know why you're still talking about him. You're weird. Reporting. It might not be in the next couple weeks, but there's absolutely an investigator in touch with you. Well, when that investigator calls me, I heard Johnny told everybody. No, I can't say that. Actually, I can. He told everybody you got roast beef pussy. Is that true? Do you got roast beef pussy? He said them fucking flaps are fucking just hanging in the wind. Bitch. Tell your...
I have, like, bro, like, have I talked doggishly kind of like this before? Yes, I have. But I recognized it was wrong. And there's probably a time, I'm sure I'm not perfect, but most of the times, I always, later on, I will apologize, you know, and it could be to somebody like, you know, a lady from a troll group that's been on me long and hard for a long time. And even though I apologize, I know full well that they're going to turn around and say the apology was this or that. And they're, you know, it's not going to be the only reason why I'm apologizing really. It's not for them because they don't get anything from it. They refuse to accept it or reciprocate or anything. So I have to do it for me and have to do it for the fact that I messed up. And I have to publicly, you know, not always publicly, but there's nothing wrong when you mess up really, especially if it's publicly, for you to take the apology publicly. Okay. So, but see, AD will never, like, sometimes he's apologized only when he's upsetted a large ass number of people. And what he don't understand is, even though, because he's another ass kisser, another wannabe, never will admit it, but that is why the whole fuck Rusty and everything else, and the court video, and you know the time that he went after and talked about peanut butter and stuff with ladies, like all of that stuff, AD. Yeah, I remember it all. But you literally think then you can sit around and watch old clips of me or whatever where some girl sent by some guy is there to play around, make me think they're a friend, and then within a week or whatever, somehow pretend for it to be an accident, or just come out and show it and admit that, you know, it's just been to mess with you and da 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 da, and you're this and that, and just, you know, like, I mean, but when you're watching that and then you see me then talk shit and address that person, woman, and dog them out. You join in with everyone else. How dare he talk to, about that way to, that a female, like he's disrespect. No. It's just that particular female. But in this case, judging this case as it is, because as you presented it and say it is, she didn't do anything to cause you to lash out like this. You're just doing this because you feel like, how dare somebody question me? I'm the fucking great AD. She doesn't know who the hell she thinks she is or know who the hell I am.
Fucking
That's how you come
investigator.
across.
I said to
Entitled as
suck
hell.
my fucking dick. Never mind, that's too much like Adam Calhoun. Tell your investigator to go fuck himself. All right? When he calls me, I will record it and then play it live. That's what I'm going to do when he calls me. And I'm just going to make fun of him.
Here's why. He left a comment. First time we met was on PBRs 2 years ago, and you banned me and talked trash to me. You must have forgot.
The whole time. I'm gonna make fun of his fat mama. I'm gonna make fun of his whole family lineage. I'm gonna figure out who he is, and then I'm gonna investigate him. That's what I'm gonna do. So you tell your investigator.
She gets a real
to go fuck
She
himself.
gets a real investigator to call him, and he does all that. And when I see it, I'll believe it.
All right, bitch. I don't give a fuck about you, your stupid fucking investigator. I don't want to be part of your fucking weird family, hillbilly fuck. I don't want to be part of this incest case where your son likes to fucking touch everybody.
Wow.
Because you didn't raise him right.
Now the 4th or 5th time he's done brought up somebody's son.
You didn't tell him those are private parts. Do we need to get Cameron on here so I could teach him about private parts?
Ruining a young person's life he doesn't have any confirmation on other than what Johnny Goebel said.
Private? Do we need to
And I'm just going to be real, like people would say about me. I mean, a lot of you all would say the same thing about me if I told some tale like that, like, oh, you're going to believe Square? Oh, well, I mean, like, seriously, Eddie, you're just going to take the word of Johnny when it's between him and an ex?
This conversation that sisters ain't for fucking? Is this like
I mean,
I'll
it
tell
really
him.
did happen, Johnny. Hey, that's fucked up, dude. Seriously, but I mean, just logically, like, I mean, he shouldn't be like, he didn't have to do all this, Johnny. He didn't have to do it. That's my point.
Johnny should have told him, but he wasn't around, was he? No. He wasn't around. He didn't teach his son that sisters ain't for fucking on, did he? No. So anyway, anyway, you have a lot of reportable. It might not be in your best couple of weeks. Okay, yeah, you can fuck yourself. I just wanted you to know about the videos. That's all. I don't care about you or the videos, bitch. Whatever videos you have, ass. I don't give a fuck. You are the weirdest bitch that I have ever met.
Hey, just because you're a soldier and may have CPTSD does not mean, or no, PTSD. I don't think you've ever said CPTSD. PTSD doesn't mean you got the right to think you are all that and a bag of fucking potato chips, bro. This is completely manufactured drama by you because she contacted you privately. She hit you up privately. She didn't make a video. She didn't take it public. This is just like the example. The only difference is y'all aren't friends, but it's still, this is like I'm going to draw a parallel. Okay. Because just like I had told Gene Team and them, like, they make me feel some type of way and stuff when they make scenes and create scenes and shit and content for the others. They ought to be able to talk to me in private if we're real friends. That's what real friends do, right? Well, just like in that situation, or this recent one, they didn't have to go and stir shit up. He didn't have to go and stir this up. He could have just immediately blocked her and not explained anything if that's what he wanted to do. No, he wanted to explain. He wanted to drag this out. He wanted to message her like he did and, you know, toy with her and then do this. This was all premeditated, if not done off the cuff.
This is the weirdest conversation I've ever had. It's just strange.
You created it.
You know, you must be a busy man. Oh, I'm super busy. Yeah, my schedule's packed. Yeah, oh God, my workload today. Oh, I have so much weed to smoke today. Oh, you should see the amount of weed I have to get through today.
It's not.
Oh God, I don't know how I'm ever my lungs are gonna be able to do it.
Famous last words. One day he'll probably have problems.
Miss, I have so much weed to smoke. I'm gonna need help. I'm gonna need help. I've been the night and day you deserve. Truly are a person who enjoys and allows people to come on your little panel and talk shit and sexualize underage kids. Then you're garbage anyway. Matt, be a good human. Well, how about this? Tell your son.
Wait, he's underage? AD's talking about a kid that is or was underage. AD, you have flipped out when I didn't even do such a thing or say anything close, but had just brought up that a parent I'd heard was being irresponsible. It's like, you know, so.
That sisters aren't for fucking on. How about that, bitch? How about that? Yeah. I don't give a fuck about you or your hillbilly family. And then I did a moon. And then I said, don't worry about the things you can't change. And she did this little face. That's the end of the conversation. So yeah, watch this. Fuck you and your strange son.
Why dress it up strange? You just said on here, pervert, everything else. I mean, like.
Tell him sisters are not for fucking on.
Wow.
Fair.
I guess that's just trolling, guys. Because if it turned out not to be true, he would say, "Oh, well, I never said that I believed it was. It was just a troll." Yeah.
See that? See how simple that was? Tell him.
Yeah, you know, you could have done the same thing and not had this video either. But gotta make a spectacle, don't you, bud?
Sisters ain't for fucking on. My God. Anyway, I'm going over to JM and the AM. I've had my fun. I will see you guys.
In other words, he was coming to now, then go from one person to then come at me. It's funny how that works. Well, guys, let's see who we got in here still yet. Hey, Miss Pam. Hey. Yeah, I know, Cheech. Yeah, I know. What's going on, Miss Pam? I think we might do a little true crime next. That filled up a little void of YouTuber stuff.
About Creek Squad is 1,000 or 2,000 people in comments. Like, that's all they do. They just like troll people on the internet. That's the only shit that I've ever heard or seen. So if you're from Creek Squad and that doesn't apply to you and you don't do that shit and you're just here for the music, much love to not just you, to everyone that listens.
For sure, no comment. I don't want to go back and forth. I don't even need to rap no more. I'm a giant and I ain't lying. If I hear one more thing about Ryan, I'ma vomit. Look, I don't give a for shit. Who's a better rapper? Who's a better artist? Y'all got it backwards, wanting us to argue at each other's throats like some bastards. That's my brother, y'all some assholes. So fuck a battle, there ain't gonna be one. Everyone's a tough guy, how come I don't see none? Probably cause there ain't none, at least not anymore. So who the fuck want war? You find me out here.
I mean, that kind of says it all. Let's talk out. I think I will check out with you guys another. I will show y'all two videos, which will be both from the Vile Eye. Shout out to the Vile Eye. Now these are about characters in movies. After these two, just because I like this character in the movie, I'll then do, maybe we might still have time where I can squeeze in one more, like analyzing of a real world case of evil person or whatever. But just keep in mind, this is from a movie. I'm not gonna just spoil it right away, but you'll know very soon who it's about and what character it's based on. Hold on.
I've known exactly 4 vampires in my life, and you've all been the worst. I'm a psycho, I do what I like.
Are those fangs?
We have it within ourselves to redefine our speech.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the 10th episode of Analyzing Evil. In this video, we'll be going over John Kramer from the Saw franchise. Now, these films have been criticized as being nothing more than torture porn, and it's easy to see why. But that's not all they are, and the story and character of John Kramer is complex, intricate, and fascinating. Yes, his methods are incredibly revolting, but it's his philosophy and reasonings behind his actions that elevate these films past something more than just an outlet for gore. John Kramer is a genius, tactical villain that utilizes...
Oh, I was playing anonymous. I was checking out old AD, not me or anything. It was about another subject matter person that I was looking for content on that I haven't looked at for a while. And when I typed his name in, it was that person's ex contacted that AD or whatever. So I was seeing what was going on over in that arena, made my comments and whatever opinion and breakdown, and we just got moved on from that. So now we're going to go into this analysis of John Kramer. That was who and what we're doing now, Miss Pam. All right, you guys ready?
His skill set and talents to execute his plans flawlessly with an incredible amount of detail and precision. John as a villain is also something you don't see quite often, as with few exceptions, his plans don't target anyone who isn't expressly guilty of some sort of terrible sin. This, in my eyes, makes him more of a villain for villains, a unique subset of villain that isn't often seen. Yes, he's an anti-hero, in a sense, and you could even call him a vigilante. But the way he tests his victims is born out of a special kind of evil within the human heart that can't totally excuse him from being labeled a villain. With 8 films of detail attached to his character, we're given a lot of information that shows us not only who John is, but why he is who he is. With that being said, we have a lot to cover. So without further ado, let the game begin. As I said before, John is a complex character, and to cover all of his complexities, I think it's important that we first cover all of his base traits and the background we get from the films before we take a look at some of the games that are central to his character to find out how he applies his strange philosophical outlook on life. Let's start with his intellect, which is central to every component of his character. John is obviously incredibly smart, being that he's a successful engineer who's even been recognized in the press for his proficiency in the field. This can further be seen in the intricate contraptions he constructs for his victims. As well as being a capable engineer, John also has a knack for invention, creating all his machines on his own with precision and detail. With so many moving parts and mechanisms, it takes an expert craftsman and a careful planner to make these inventions work in the real world, showing a level of skill unmatched by many, and showing that he could have been a prodigy in the field when he was younger. Now, his proficiency in engineering and invention are both great indicators of his intellect, but these are far from the only things John is an expert in. He's also a master at manipulation, scheming, espionage, and stealth. Let's take a look at each of these components in turn, starting with manipulation. John has a way of persuading people to not only see his point of view, but embrace it. His large number of accomplices and how he acquires them are a testament to this skill. In total, he manages to accrue 5 accomplices throughout the films that more or less stay true to his line of thinking to the very end. His skill in manipulation does not solely lie with his ability to convince people of the righteousness of his cause, but also in his ability to anticipate people's actions in his tests, nudging them towards taking the option that ultimately satisfies his goal as his victims endure their test. As far as scheming goes, John's plans are far-reaching and multifaceted, involving the accurate prediction of events and actions people will take, so that his plans always come to fruition no matter the choices he gives people. His ability to accurately read the minds and hearts of his accomplices and victims is central to this, giving him the foresight to account for every possible scenario that might occur throughout one of his plans. Finally, his skill in espionage and stealth can be grouped together as one component. John is highly informed on all aspects of his victims' lives. He stalks his victims himself or with the help of his accomplices, gathering photos, habits, and routines to kidnap his victims without fail, and is even able to evade police capture until he desires to be caught to further his own plans. Not once does one of his victims even realize they're being followed until it's too late. All of these things combined together make John worthy of a moniker few villains can claim, that of a mastermind. Due to his varied skill set, his plans are so utterly foolproof that not a single one of his endeavors ever ends in failure, even after his death. Now that we've established the tools John has under his belt that make him such an effective villain, let's take a look at what forged him into the mastermind he is shown to be in the films. For humanity, founded under the motto, "Four walls build a home," and helps move her towards opening up her homeward bound clinic with the motto, "Cherish your life," a phrase that John would later factor into much of his work throughout the series. At some point, William Easton, the head of the Umbrella Insurance Company, sponsors an event for the homeward bound clinic and comes into contact with John. While discussing William's formula that he's developed in deciding who to grant coverage to, John finds the fact that William decides who lives and who dies while ignoring the human will to live is disturbing. This is another key link in John's thought process when it comes to humanity, that the human will to live is one of the most important aspects of any person's life and is something to be proud of.
Producers, if you struggle finding sounds and samples that work for you, then you have to check out this plugin. It's called Arcade, and it's my #1 go-to for building tracks. What I love about Arcade is that it's a sample library and a playable instrument all in one. If you go over here to where it says search, you can load a sampler, play an instrument, or find a sample. There are so many individual samples, and you can search them by type too. Next, I want to show you the sampler. I love using this to build drums. Let's listen to a few. Ooh, I love that one. Okay, I'm gonna go with this one. You can play them individually or together. You can adjust the pitch, time, and so much more. Lastly, I want to show you instruments. I really like this honey kit. So
All
let
right,
me show
guys.
you what
Sorry
it
about
sounds
these
like.
ads. And what I'll
An
do
interesting
when
thing-
these ads come up, I will, and if I can't pause the video currently, I will mute it and give my thoughts on that part. I'm going to turn it down just a little bit more. That way I can sort of comfortably.
We learn in a scene where John shows Jill his new
talk a little bit over it enough to where you can hear me.
Workshop in a flashback is his fascination with.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. So, give me one moment. Okay, guys. Now let's get into this
Episode of Analyzing Evil.
300.
Yes, that's right, Miss Pam. Want to play a game? We're analyzing the Jigsaw killer, John Kramer.
Talk that still works. This shows something that's a core part of John's motivations for the things he does. A desire to transcend time by leaving behind a legacy, to live on through his work. John is also a superstitious man, desiring for his child to be born in the zodiac year of the pig, which is a sign of good luck. Perhaps the reason he and his apprentices utilize pig masks is for luck, or as an homage to the child he's lost. Another homage to his lost child is his use of the Jigsaw doll that he had in fact crafted for his son. This could be interpreted as John seeing his work as a replacement for his child, a tribute to the life that was lost forever, living on in some way, just as John strives to. Other than these bits and pieces, we don't know much about the life of John Kramer before the night that changed everything for him. But these few things we do know serve as key points that will be central to his transformation, which we'll segue into now. There are two instances that cause John to tread down the dark path he ultimately takes. The first is the night John loses his child, the night that his world turns upside down. When Cecil Adams rams that doorknob into Jill's stomach, he took away not only John's unborn child, but also succeeded in shattering John's fragile view of the world, completely turning his compassion and faith in humanity on its head. Replying to Jill when she tells him, "I only wanted to help them, the people at the clinic, that they could only help themselves." John becomes reclusive after losing his child, falling into a depression and no longer finding it in himself to continue his work with the Urban Renewal Group. He angrily parts with his friend Art, and further stains his relationship with Jill in the coming months, resulting in their eventual divorce. The second cog thrown into John's machine is his cancer diagnosis. In the film Jigsaw, it's revealed that John's treatment could have been much more successful had it not been for a mix-up of his x-rays by Dr. Logan Nelson, resulting in his cancer being untreatable by the time it was actually caught by Dr. Lawrence Gordon. For the second time, his life is shattered, and then again by the refusal of William Easton to cover the cost of his cancer treatment due to his age and the advanced stage of his cancer. John's depression only worsened after this, and with nothing to live for, he chose to end his life, driving his car off a cliff. However, he survived, and after pulling a metal rod from his body, he crawls away from the wreck with a new sense of gratitude that he'd survived, realizing that only when he was closest to death had he truly valued his own life. From here on, all of John's philosophies and beliefs coalesce into a new drive to provide this realization to other people who are desperately in need of it. This is an accurate summation of John's life up to the point where he dedicates all of his being to testing people's will to live. And now that we've established all of these unfortunate events, skills, and philosophies, let's examine how they tie into the games he plays with his victims. First up on our long list of unlucky players is, of course, Cecil Adams. It's only fitting that John would test the man who pushed him in this direction to begin with. This test is unique from every other test in that it is the only test that he conducts personally right from the get-go. Face to face with Cecil, he tells him that he forgives him and wishes instead to only provide him with a tool that will save his life, while simultaneously punishing him by reflecting upon his face the crimes he has committed throughout his life. After Cecil is freed, he falls in a pit of wire John had rigged in anticipation of Cecil lashing out once he'd escaped his bonds. Here, after Cecil's death, he takes his first jigsaw piece from Cecil's flesh, signifying that the person who lost the game lacked what he views as a crucial element in a human soul, the will to survive. Here's where we also see John and Jill's relationship fracture even further, where she questions him about Cecil's death, sending him into a rare fit of rage and break the clock he had so prized in an earlier scene. From this test on, John rarely makes it a point to reveal himself personally in the tests, instead acting through his jigsaw dolls and puppets whenever he provides instructions to his victims in later tests. This test establishes the basics for every test to come. While not every test maims the victim, as a large number of them can be completed without any harm coming to the person, this general theme of retribution and providing a test to the person's will to survive remain.
Aura protects your identity because it's more likely to be stolen than your car.
Especially when your identity looks like this.
Sign up for peace of mind with Aura today.
Do the pose.
Oh, not going to do it.
Okay, fine.
Aura offers all-in-one protection that helps protect your credit, bank account, social security number, passwords.
And does a ton of other stuff that I never have to think about.
Well, you don't think about a lot of things.
Well, with over 20,000 5-star reviews, I don't have to.
Well, I was referring to when you co-signed your cousin's mortgage.
That was a month ago, and I changed.
With individual and family plans, Aura has everything you need to keep your identity and online behavior safe.
It's my offline behavior that's really questionable. Do you think my therapist would date me?
What is wrong with you?
Nothing is wrong with me. I don't know. The vibes were right.
Okay.
So she said, I think my therapist date me. That's crazy. So yeah, John Kramer from Jigsaw, man, like that's why he went over and he broke down. So he broke down the events that happened, you know, before he basically started to start in this little adventure of his testing the human will to live, as they say. So yeah, that first guy, Cecil, the one that took his kid, he had him in a armchair trap, which had these knives, these butcher knives up against his face, and he simply had to press his face into the knives far enough, and there's a little thing, and when he hit it, it released the arm and leg restraints, and it ends up breaking while he's like rocking in it. The chair breaks and the device breaks, so he's only he didn't technically get out of it all, and he's got pieces attached to him. He stands up in a puddle of blood, and he says he's dead, you know, talking to Jigsaw, and not realizing John's standing right in front of a crib filled with barbed wire. So when you run at him, all he's got to do is step to the side, and you're going to fall right into a pit of barbed wire. And that's what makes John so dangerous, is he's able to think not just one or two moves, but 3-4 moves ahead. So that's why he's able to get away with a lot that he does. Seeper, I'm not bringing you up here. No, Seeper, I mean, your crack squad and everything else. What do you want, dude? You want to come to porn bomb me again?
What? No, I didn't porn bomb you. Martin porn bombed you, man. He admitted it.
No, oh yeah, bullshit. It's what the group you're part of is Crack Squad. It's what Adam Calhoun's talking about, bro. And Johnny Goebel and PBR. You know, all these people can't be talking about the same thing and be wrong. Isn't that what y'all say whenever you get 50 or 100 people going at one person?
Adam's a low-cow, dude.
Oh, I know. He's a low-cow, bro. Everybody y'all don't agree with is a low-cow. Do you realize that?
Dude, he threatened people to pull up at somebody's house with kids. You agree with that?
Oh, no, I don't agree with it. You're right. I don't. But at the same time, so do y'all. Y'all talked about Johnny's going to be touched. We're going to get him held accountable. We're going to put pressure on the fucking city officials, 102 of us, till they finally charge him with something. Man, you a lame. Goodbye, bro. Get the fuck out of my place. Fucking crazy ass motherfucker, man. Yeah, I entertained you for just a second, but hey, that's Crack Squad, man. It's not the people that really fuck with me, but they're friends with them. And like I said earlier when we watched the Adam Calhoun video, what he was talking about, that group of people, that's the group of people that developed the group that comes after me, the group that goes after Johnny, like the group that goes after fucking Durkee. It's all got people that's in the group that go after Durkee are friends, and there's some people in there that are also in the group that go after me, and people are in that group are also in the Johnny group, and people that are in that group are also in the fucking Rocco group, or the fucking Martin group, or any of these people that they've targeted and called locals, bro. Do you want to see the chats? Like the chats of where this person's here, there, and here, as well as this person. If it was just 1, 2, 3 people, but when it's 4, 5, 6, 10 or more people, it's not just a coincidence, bro. All right, let's get back to the video.
Is the only one outside of Logan Nelson's test, conducted 10 years after his death, that John has nothing to do with. And that's the test Mark Hoffman performed on Seth Baxter as a means to murder his sister's killer without being caught. This, I'm sure, both angered and intrigued John. as we're given another piece of John's philosophy that seems strange when it's said, but makes sense for his character. The fact that John detests murder and finds Mark Hoffman's act of killing Seth Baxter deplorable, telling Hoffman he always gives his victims a chance at living and embracing their newfound appreciation for life through use of his great skill in
Well, Miss Pam, he's not, like I said, he's done some light trolling to me, but overall, I don't I don't, agree with him. I have different opinions, obviously, and thoughts and stuff. And I just, I don't know. I guess my brain goes like, why would he hit my link? Like, what would he have talk about? Now, if that was, somebody from Junkyverse, they would have just been blocked. I would not have brought them up here. You're okay. Yes, you are right. You are right. He's blocked now. He won't be getting unblocked. That's one thing I don't do, except for that one day that y'all told me and nobody came. I just blocked everybody back because I don't unblock people. I did in the past because people asked me to and put pressure on me. But let's move on, guys.
Anticipation of the outcomes of these events is what makes them manipulation. I don't think John Kramer ever makes a plan without knowing every eventuality. And the fact that he appears to Amanda to recruit her after she survives is a testament to his faith in the fact that she would join him in his endeavors. I'm sure he knew as well that if he could manage to show Jill someone who she had given up on to be rehabilitated, she would join him as well. John puts a lot of faith in Amanda, and along with Mark Hoffman, they become the primary contenders to be the ones who will carry on his legacy after his
Yeah,
death.
but I don't. I don't though. So no offense, but I just don't. And we're not friends, so yeah. But that's okay.
Gordon is shown helping.
I don't want to give her the attention. So
surgeon's hand. It is even the one who brings another victim into John's plans, Lynn Denlin. In the end, Lawrence is actually the failsafe put in place to curb the behavior of Mark Hoffman, ending his reign of terror forever. What I'd like to highlight now is John's genius in planning. Now, after he has acquired all of his accomplices, John begins planning for how his apprentices will carry out his will, and the extent of these plans is impressive and staggering. I'm not going to go into detail about each and every test that connects to one another, as they're apparent when watching the films. But suffice to say, John has planned for every eventuality to occur months after his demise. This shows his mastery of strategy to be at a level that even people who study the subject for years rarely achieve. His strategizing ties into two things that
just go in and leave me. I'm just kidding.
John,
ever wanted to be a ninja with a gun, an arcane track star, or become naked? You can do all that and
but the people who find his victims. This ties into his strategizing in the form of
You're gonna see what makes John tick.
Far-reaching plan. The gruesome nature of his work ensures that he will, without
I was muted, but basically, Chi-Chi, now that you brought that up, I understand that agreement and everything earlier. I dropped it for that, but that includes content too, not just talking. And, but regardless, I'm going to keep,
not only vengeance and retribution, but salvation and rehabilitation. The last thing I'd like to touch on before we sum all of this up is John's facial features, how he conveys emotion, and the way he moves. John is rarely angered, rarely happy, and rarely sad. Rather, he has a calm and measured persona that projects a sort of solemn confidence in all of his actions. He has this ability to use his eyes to convey either an intense, sunken stare of dread, or the light of hope and faith in humanity with only a few muscles of difference. We barely see John move, but his motions are never erratic, and instead seem to have as much thought put into them as with all his other plans, save when he lets out a short burst of anger. In short, I think John projects the image that he is the man with the plan, and never takes a step that he hasn't thought about 30 steps beforehand. Now, after all of John's plans have come to fruition, and everything he set out to do is completed and set in place, what does this make John Kramer? It makes him a kind and compassionate man whose entire life he dedicated to helping humanity and finding the good in people, wishing only to provide a better life for those who cannot do so for themselves. This compassion is slowly eroded over time as he becomes more and more disillusioned with the hopelessness of the human condition and the suffering he endures at the hands of those he had tried to save or those he had placed his faith in. He's a man who's obsessed with legacy and family, who has his life torn from him and tries to preserve any vestige of a life he's lost in the work he's dedicated his now short life to. John, in my mind, really is a villain who has become a villain for those in his life that have been villains to him, or who he has observed following a path of evil, wishing to offer them a simple choice: live or die. Find the will to live deep within you to survive, and make something better of yourself for the sake of not only you, but those around you, or die as you are, justice being meted out to you through the end of your wicked ways through death. Though John's methods are sickening, he does offer his victims a choice, and his mastermind level planning and unique worldview prove that he's more than a callous butcher, and in my opinion, is one of the most complex and one-of-a-kind villains to ever appear in cinema. Thank you for tuning in for this episode, and I hope you've enjoyed. If you like this video and wish to see more
Now,
content,
the Vile Eye, shout out to the Vile Eye. He's never done a character twice really before, except in John Kramer, because when this was made, there were going to be 3 more Saw movies that came out. At this point, there was only 8. Well, technically, there's 3, or there's 11, because you have Jigsaw came out in 2020. Then you have
featuring John Kramer from the Saw franchise. There have been 2 new entries in this franchise since I released the original video 3 years ago, and I believe that means it's the perfect time for a remaster. Now, my original goal with these remasters was to not only cover new information about these characters, but improve the quality of the original video I released. With that being said, going forward, there's doubtlessly going to be new entries in many of the franchises that feature characters I've already covered. So I wanted to let you all know that in the future, if a video has already been remastered, I won't be doing the entire thing over again when a new entry in a series comes out, as the main point of the remasters is that improvement in quality, and I shouldn't need to do that again. So instead, I plan to make small update videos to certain characters when applicable. With that out of the way, in this video we're going to be delving into the complex lore surrounding John Kramer, a man whose grief and disillusionment with the chaotic nature of the universe, as well as human arrogance and hubris, has led him to becoming this twisted game warden of grotesque proportions. Now, these films have been criticized as being nothing more than torture porn, and it's easy to see why, but that's not all they are, and the story and character of John Kramer is complex, intricate, and fascinating. Yes, his methods are incredibly revolting, but it's his philosophy and the reasons behind his actions that elevate these films past something more than just an outlet for gore. In the previous video, I made the claim that John is more of a villain for villains than anything, and while that may be true for some of his players, as many of you pointed out, this isn't exactly the case, and in this video, we'll be weaving in and out of John's ideology and actions, so we can more accurately discern where exactly he falls on the scale of morality this time around. Now, without further ado, let the games begin. We don't know anything about John's childhood, but we're given ample information about who the adult John Kramer was prior to taking on the Jigsaw persona. John was a master civil engineer and architect, a man who had received recognition from the highest echelons of his professional world, and became wealthy and successful as a result. Years prior to the events of the first film, John would meet Joe Tuck, a medical health professional who he fell in love
Brownie,
with.
come on.
While there are many
Come on.
aspects of one person that can attract them to each other, something that John and Jill shared in common that doubtlessly brought them closer together, a shared desire to help people. With the help of John's friend Art Blank, he began a foundation known as the Urban Renewal Group, a real estate company that focused on developing vacant and rundown properties, as well as housing for the needy, with the motto, 4 walls build a home. Not long after, John helped his wife open the Homeward Bound Clinic, a recovery clinic for drug addicts, which John gave the motto, cherish your life, a phrase that John would later factor into much of his work as Jigsaw. With the Urban Renewal Group and the Homeward Bound Clinic in hand, John and Jill were poised to provide their community with much-needed aid beyond what many humanitarians could hope to accomplish. And the future for the Kramers looked ever brighter once they learned that Jill became pregnant during the year of the pig, as John had planned. Ecstatic at the prospect of having his child born during the lucky year of the pig, John chose to name his son after the first building he designed, the Gideon Meatpacking Plant. With the beginnings of a family on the way, everything in John's life seemed to have been going better than he could have ever imagined. And during this time period, he was perhaps the happiest he had ever been, which we see in a home video Jill is watching in the 6th film. However, this happy existence wasn't fated to last, as one night when Jill was locking up at the clinic, a particularly volatile patient by the name of to rob the clinic, and in the process, he caused Jill to suffer trauma to her stomach, which then caused her to miscarry Gideon, and it would be this event that would change not just John's life, but the lives of perhaps hundreds of people. After losing his child, John became severely depressed to the point that he was lashing out at the people closest to him, like his friend Art Blank, who had helped him start the Urban Renewal Group, and he even went so far as to assault his once beloved wife, an event that ensured his wife essentially became a stranger to him, as he fell deeper and deeper into the bottomless pit that is despair. Not even a reminder from Art of the many less fortunate souls awaiting John's help could tear this once altruistic man from his despondency. And at this point, it seemed that John was lost. To make matters worse, not long after his son's demise, John was diagnosed with terminal colon cancer and a frontal lobe tumor. Though John was unaware of it at the time, in the film Jigsaw, it's revealed that John's treatment could have been much more successful had it not been for a mix-up of his x-rays by Dr. Logan Nelson, which resulted in his cancer being untreatable by the time it was actually caught by Dr. Lawrence Gordon. And because of this advanced diagnosis, as well as his age, he was denied coverage by the head of his insurance company, William Easton. And following his own virtual death sentence, his sorrow became too much for him to bear, and John chose to end his life by driving his car over the edge of a cliff. However, John survived, and after pulling rebar...
Now, that's the thing, because John, what he did was, as he said, he plunged off a cliff. Now, in the first movie, what's interesting is John inserts himself into his game. He is the, quote, dead man that supposedly shot himself, that is laying in the floor between Lawrence and, what's his name? Adam. So, what we see throughout that's consistent with John Kramer is that it took the death of his son, it took the loss of his marriage, it took the falling out with business and helping, not wanting to help humanity with urban renewal anymore, getting out of business with Art Blank, then finding out he had cancer, then later on finding out his cancer was actually misdiagnosed late, and the hospital told him, and then, maybe probably in exchange, they, treated him without charging his insurance or reimbursed him some money perhaps. And in the face of that, he said, well, I'm going to finally treat it. So he found a treatment that showed a lot of promise. Number one, it was outside the insurance coverage because it wasn't treated by the FDA. It was in Norway. And on top of that, even if it was in the USA and it was covered, he's so old that, and so advanced that they don't believe that any more cost for any, whether it's experimental, could save his life, whatever, the insurance company wasn't going to pay. So that was like the final nail in the car. And then we see Saw X, which, spoilers, he thought he found the doctor from Norway's daughter, while she ended up being a fraud, didn't do any work on him at all. Took a lot of his money, like I think $500,000 maybe. Had done it to about 28 other people as well. Scammed them, making millions. And John, that was when John did his second test, which was after the events of the bathroom and Amanda, because Amanda was with him. And that was when he went down to Mexico. And he realized then that, and that was when he was still walking, still active as much as he could be. After that, then the events of Saw 3 and 4 would play out, and John would then become, basically go from wheelchair to hospital bed because the disease is progressing.
Through his innards. Much to his surprise, he found that he was actually grateful to be alive. The intense and brutal pain he just experienced, galvanizing his soul and renewing his will to live. While the loss of Gideon was the catalyst for John's eventual suicide attempt, it would be his survival of this attempt that would truly begin his transformation into the dreaded Jigsaw. When John realized the enormity of the emotions he felt after his survival, he was granted a moment of sinister clarity, that being the realization that it was not the charity one bestows upon others that pushes them towards a fulfilling and valued life, but the threat of death and bodily harm, and the will to overcome that threat, an extreme that spurs the despondent to make something of their lives, to find value in that which they forsook, in the face of ultimate doom. An extension of this line of thinking forms a core part of John's philosophy, which are the notions that nothing is permanent, that anything can happen to anyone no matter how virtuous or insidious a person might be, and that everybody, no matter their crimes, deserves a chance to turn their lives around. When John is conducting the test of Cecil Adams, he offers him the following musing: good doesn't lead to good, nor bad to bad. People steal, don't get caught, and live the good life. Others lie, cheat, and get elected. Some people stop to help a stranded motorist and get taken out by a speeding semi. There's no accounting for it. How you play the cards you're dealt, that's all that matters. What this bit of dialogue imparts upon us is 1. How John, a man who gave so much back to the world around him, yet has been made to suffer a series of deeply traumatizing tragedies, has come to terms with the unfortunate reality of his situation, that bad things happen to good people, and vice versa, and crying "why me?" in the face of the chaotic nature of the universe does a person no good. And the second thing we learn here is that John believes that no person, no matter how horrid, negligent, or complacent they are, is capable of redeeming themselves by confronting and conquering death, and in the process, finding within themselves the will to live, as they desperately scramble to preserve their life at any cost, which then results in a subsequent drive to make something more of their wretched existence, all of which is born out of a gruesome amount of adversity. Now, in watching the barbarity of his games unfold, it's easy to assume that John is quite ecstatic about ripping people to shreds. But when he's recruiting Mark Hoffman to his cause following the completion of his lone wolf game that assured the death of his sister's killer, Seth Baxter, John remarks that killing is distasteful to him. And when you really take a look at the story of John Kramer, his aversion to death couldn't be more evident. John's entire reason for being was to improve the lives of others, to uplift those who were downtrodden and forgotten by the world around them. And that didn't really change once he became Jigsaw. He has always abhorred wasted lives, and he sought to fix them to the best of his abilities. And as Jigsaw, he desires to do the same, only now his methods for doing so have been corrupted into a shadowy version of what his charitable endeavors once were. In the same vein, John has always deplored killing, and once his son was denied life by Cecil Adams, his aversion to all forms of murder became even more pronounced. With that in mind, John doesn't actually want anyone to die when they're playing one of his games. Quite the opposite, actually. The whole point of these games is for the people playing them to turn their lives around by seeing the error of their ways and realizing that their lives are worth living, which requires them to be alive. If John wanted to murder all these people, he could have very easily done so without putting them through all this hardship. Though these tests are traumatizing and sometimes physically harmful to the players of his games, it's these traumatizing experiences that are meant to push them towards living their lives in meaning.
Now, John, like what a lot of what he says, that is what he is saying, what John believes. In no way, though, if this was in the real world, would it be considered right, and not even by logical or rational thinking is it. And this brings me up to something I used to say, which is, people that pretended to be a friend of mine, recording my calls, different things, that ended up maliciously trolling, like I said, because they would often say a lot of times, And I see now it was just a way to keep engage, to keep, you know, the talking going, so they could say all this milk and different stupid shit. That's all it was. Like, you know, and I would often say that, I mean, they're on some V for Vendetta shit. They think torturing people sets them free. And that is kind of, in essence, what John Kramer, the character Jigsaw, believes. He believes that only through deep adversity, where a person has to really go beyond their limits of survival to, if they want to survive, can make change in their life. Those that don't were never going to change anyways, and they were missing a part of their soul, which is why he cuts the jigsaw piece, right? Now, Jigsaw had Lawrence Gordon, who was the doctor from the first film that he captured, do the cuts. And what did Lawrence Gordon use as a doctor? A scalpel. All right, so the blade is smooth, right? Well, later in the movies, a victim came up with a blade that had a serrated edge, wasn't smooth and wasn't a scalpel. And basically it was the detectives, you know, and that was one of the clues that was leading them to the fact that somebody else did it. And of course he was insinuating it was the FBI agent. So what does this tell us about John? The fact that even after he died, he had created a set of fail safes, a set of overseers, because with Lawrence Gordon was two other, and we don't know if they're apprentices of Lawrence, like Lawrence is making his own saw movement, or if they're followers of Jigsaw, or if they're just help that Lawrence employed in carrying out this promise he made to John, which was that he would watch over Jill, that if anything were to happen to her because of Mark, that he would act immediately on John's behalf. Because even though they were divorced, he still very much loved and cared about her, and she knew things and technically, you know, was involved to some extent. She set up Mark Hoffman's trap. You know, John actually, which when you think about it, John, you know, how good did he love her that he left? But, you know, he didn't feel like he'd have anyone to trust in that situation. So he left it up to her. She had to, you know, wait until Mark went into the office at one of the buildings they owned, and she electrocuted him on the chair like they used in the chains up until the point he goes unconscious. She straps him into the chair with, you know, leather straps and stuff, and puts the advanced version of the bear trap on him, locks it up, puts the little thing on the door to where when she closes the door, pulls the pull pin out, and the timer starts for 60 seconds. And he's got 60 seconds to figure out some way to get out of that chair, then figure out some way to get that damn lock off, which, you know, it was miraculous, because the only way he was able to save himself from dying, she thought he was going to for sure die. I think John had told her, it's weird because usually John gives people a chance, but I think he knew that Mark was going to eventually be a problem. So, and he knew Mark wasn't doing things right, so he put the last envelope in his wheel box that went to Jill. All the others went to Mark, but the last one was Mark's picture. And she said that this is John's will, but she never told him where's the key at, how to get it, or what he has to do to get out. She just locked him up in the chair with the bear trap on, like, figure it out, and closes the door, 9 times out of 10, everybody would have died in that. I would die, you would die, everybody would die. Even if we somehow got out the chair. But because the door had bars on it that were spaced so far in between, steel bars, because he was trying to use a screwdriver to pry and get his mouth and maybe get stuff open from, but that thing was designed in a way that he's got to be able to open his mouth to get the piece out, kind of like a dental device that you put in to take an x-ray, but it goes farther back and it's got these things on the side that he can't get it out any other way but being able to open up his mouth. Well, he can't open up his mouth when that thing's attached, so it's like he has to not with force. I mean, not unless with a lot of force. So what he ends up doing, it's about to go off, and he's trying to get it off. He's screaming. He finally looks at the bars and he decides he runs up to the bars, breaks the glass with it, and he gets the part that opens up right up underneath the bars, and he just sits there and he waits, and it opens up a little bit. And if those bars wasn't there, that thing would have kept opening all the way up like a bear trap, reversed, and it would have just tore his fucking mouth from top to bottom, just snapped it open. I mean, but it stopped it and opened it up just enough to where he was able to get his mouth out of there, but he had to kind of rip one side, and by ripping it, it ripped his cheek tissue. And so imagine having a rip from the corner of your mouth like halfway into your cheek, and the skin's ripped, like completely ripped, like, and his hand's broken from getting out the chair. He gets out the trap. That thing finally falls out and opens up all the way. And he's left there screaming. And she runs away. And he just comes out, gets some gauze, gets a rag, picks the fucking trap up because he don't want to leave it there. It's got his blood on it and stuff. He picks it up and then he leaves, and it's just crazy. It's a crazy story. Could something like this happen in the real world? I'd like to know people's thoughts. I don't think so. I mean, the thinking ahead that John has and employs in these games is just so, it's advanced. It's almost advanced like that serial killer, Israel Keys, who, I tell you what, that's somebody we need to cover. I need to cover and get y'all and update y'all on Israel Keys.
Meaningful ways, and no game created by John has ever been used to assure the death of any participant. Life is central to John's MO, and if every single person had managed to survive his games, that would have fulfilled him far more than their failures to do so ever could have. Just how central the will to live to John's overall philosophy, and his decision to create his myriad games, is further expanded upon when we learn of John's interaction with the head of the umbrella insurance company, William Easton, at an event his company sponsored for the Homeward Bound Clinic. While discussing William's formula that he's developed to decide who to grant coverage to, John finds the fact that William decides who lives and who dies, while ignoring the human will to live, disturbing. A component of the human psyche that John believes is more important in deciding whether or not any given person will overcome the obstacles that are presented to them. There is something that William and John have in common, though, and that's the fact that they both have methods for choosing the people that they're going to help. The people who John forces to play his games are all quote-unquote guilty of 3 things. Either they waste their lives via self-destructive behavior, they harm people with criminal activities or other shady endeavors, or they're generally negligent or abhorrent people who treat the people around them terribly, or who handle the lives of others without any regard for their well-being due to their callousness and selfishness. John claims to choose who these mildly to completely terrible people are without emotion factoring into his decisions, which is true for some of his victims, but as we'll cover later on, That isn't exactly the case for every single one of his players, but for now, it's important to note that no one plays any of John's games without having deserved it in some way, and there is never a time where John finds people to entrap in a random manner. Now, aside from the direct tenets of his philosophy, there are a few things that also seem to influence John's actions. As we learned earlier, John desired for his son to be born in the year of the pig for good luck, a sign that he's a superstitious man to a certain degree. And while superstition doesn't really play into his Jigsaw persona, the memory of his son certainly does. We see several times throughout the series that John's preferred disguise for himself and his apprentices is that of dark clothing combined with a pig mask. And perhaps the reason he and his apprentices utilize these pig masks is for luck. But it's more likely that this choice is simply an homage to the child he's lost, as when you consider that John's use of his signature Jigsaw doll Billy, a doll that was inspired by the one he originally created for his son, is another homage to Gideon, it would make sense that the masks serve the same purpose. If it wasn't obvious enough already by just how broken John was over the death of his son, this reinforces the idea that John is an immensely sentimental man, and I imagine that the past is something that he isn't fully capable of letting go of. The haunting memories of his shattered family stabbing him day by day, like so many shards of broken glass. Though we also have to consider that these nods to Gideon could also mean that John sees his work as a replacement for his child, a tribute to the life that was lost forever, living on in some way, just as John strives to. What reinforces this idea is the fact that John has shown his appreciation for feats of skill that have withstood the test of time, which we learn in a scene where John shows Jill his new workshop in a flashback and points out the 300-year-old clock in his possession that still works despite how much time has passed. And whereas before John was attempting to make his legacy into that of a philanthropist through his foundation and Jill's clinic, now he seeks to leave a similar yet altogether different legacy by acting as a savior of lost souls, the blood-soaked angel guiding his wayward flock towards their salvation, whose impact is measured in the hideous lives that he's made beautiful through his work. And because he's partially made his work a tribute to his son, it's not just John's legacy that he's fighting for here, but Gideon's as well. However, it's not just his success stories that color John's legacy. His failures have quite the impact on how the world views John Kramer and his life's work. When any of John's players fail to overcome the challenges they're presented with, they leave a far more impactful impression on the people who are forced to see the gory details of those failures. John's far-reaching plans and the gruesome nature of his work ensures that he will without a doubt be remembered after he is gone. Now, these are the circumstances that led to John developing his dread philosophy, as well as the central components of it. But the intricacies of the games he creates requires not only a warped worldview, but the skills and traits to make these dark designs a reality, which John has in abundance. Let's start with his intellect, which is central to every component of his character. John is incredibly smart, which is evident in his status as a successful and inventive engineer and architect, a man who's even been recognized in the press for his proficiency in the field. And his skill in this regard is only further compounded by the intricate contraptions that he constructs for his victims. With so many moving parts and mechanisms, it takes an expert craftsman and careful planner to make these inventions work in the real world, showing a level of skill that few possess, which indicates that he could have been a prodigy when he was younger. Now, his proficiency in engineering and invention are both great indicators of his intellect, but these are far from being the only things that John is proficient in. He's a master at manipulation, planning, scheming, espionage, and stealth, all of which he employs to great effect in his work. As far as manipulation goes, John's skill in this regard is mostly found in how well he's able to persuade people into not only seeing his point of view, but embracing it, and the number of accomplices he recruits and how he acquires them are a testament to this skill. In total, he manages to accrue 5 accomplices throughout the films that more or less stay true to his line of thinking to the very end, which speaks both to the power of his message as well as the magnanimous nature of his overall character. Logan Nelson is the one outlier out of all of his apprentices, as Logan gravitated to John and his cause through admiration alone, but the others took a bit more convincing. Amanda Young chooses to ally herself with John because he saved her from a life of addiction and poverty that was slowly but surely leading her towards her own demise. Through Amanda's rehabilitation, John also manages to convince his ex-wife Jill that his methods are actually sound, showing her that a woman she once thought of as a lost cause has become a new woman, one who's been cured of her former maladies through his work. While both of these conversions might not seem like manipulation on the surface, you have to remember that John is a highly organized, plan-centric individual, and his ability to anticipate the next moves the human brain will make assures that anything related to his machinations is bound to have been a part of his plan. And that's definitely the case with the conversions of Amanda and Jill. Mark Hoffman was brought over to John's side through a combination of blackmail and coercion. as John effectively played to Mark's disillusionment with the justice system, while also assuring him that should he choose to go against John, that his life would essentially be over, as John had systems in place to ensure that Mark's murder of Seth Baxter would be brought into the public spotlight should he be arrested or killed. Lawrence Gordon is converted to the cause after John treats his wounds following the successful completion of his test, and because he brings a crucial medical component into John's games, he undoubtedly planned to convert him from the get-go, as Gordon is shown helping John with all the procedures on the victims that require a surgeon's hand. However, his skills in manipulation do not lie solely within his ability to convince people of the righteousness of his cause, but also in his ability to anticipate people's actions in his tests, as we see that he's adept at crafting these games in such a way that the people involved in them are guided towards taking the option that ultimately satisfies his goals as his victims endure their test. As far as scheming and planning goes, John's plans are far-reaching and multifaceted, involving the accurate prediction of events and the actions people will take, so that his plans will always come to fruition, no matter the choices he gives people. His ability to accurately read the minds and hearts of his accomplices and victims is central to this, giving him the foresight to account for every possible scenario that might occur throughout one of his plans. Lastly, his skills in espionage and stealth can be grouped together as one component. John is highly informed on all aspects of his victims' lives, and in order to be so informed, he stalks his victims himself, or with the help of his accomplices, gathering photos, habits, and routines to kidnap his victims without fail. And he's even able to evade police capture until he desires to be caught to further his own plans. Not once does one of his victims even realize they're being followed until it's too late. All of these things combined together makes John worthy of a moniker that few villains can claim, that of a mastermind. Due to his varied skill set, his plans are so utterly foolproof and without fail that not a single one of his endeavors ever ends in failure, even after his death. Either you win his game or you lose. There are no malfunctions, no moments where you can use these contraptions to your advantage. There are only two choices: live.
What the hell? An unsub. A seasoned one. And he's leaving a calling card. Oh my. We will not rely on help from a serial killer.
Oh, you most certainly will.
Start at Three Rivers College and shine. Get a high-quality education for half the cost of state universities. Get the support you need to succeed. You can do this, and we're here to help. Start your journey today.
Or die. After he has acquired all of his accomplices, John begins planning for how his apprentices will carry out his will, and the extent of these plans is impressive and staggering. This shows that he's a master of strategy on a level that even people who study the subject for years rarely achieve. So now that we have a firm grasp on all the important aspects of John, we answer one very important question. Is there any moral justification for what John Kramer puts people through in his games? On some level, sure, but overall, not really. What John is essentially doing with these games is providing people with a twisted form of therapy by putting them through harrowing experiences that are designed to ignite gratitude and the will to live within them. Now, negative experiences are a fine enough deterrent for harmful or criminal activities. After all, that's the entire idea behind a prison system, or any other punishment for that matter. They're things that make you think, wow, this is horrible. I never want to go through this again. I'm going to turn my life around and make something more of myself, so I won't ever have to feel the way I feel now again. This concept as a whole is fine as well, as when someone does something that harms themselves or others, they shouldn't be rewarded for that behavior. But as we're all well aware, even legal institutions are incredibly flawed, and turning to extra-legal forms of justice are bound to be just as flawed, especially when you choose to take the negative experiences you put people through in the name of justice to the extreme. Aside from the obvious barbarity of John's games, what really ruins John's work is the severe cost of failing one of his games, as there are few people playing these games who actually deserve to suffer the fate that losing a game presents them. There are some who might deserve the worst, but does a drug addict deserve to have her head crushed because she's wasting her life? No. Does a doctor deserve to have his family threatened and his life endangered because of his negligence? No. There are ways to assist in bringing people to justice who need to be brought to justice without subjecting them to vast amounts of cruelty. And there are ways to hold people accountable for their negligence and malpractice without threatening them with a gruesome death or bodily disfigurement. And as John is well aware, you don't need to wire someone's body to a murder machine to help them kick their drug habit. What John is doing is extreme and unnecessary, and his methods only make sense to him and his acolytes because of how warped their worldviews have become due to the negative experiences they've had to endure. The drastic ultimatum that failure of a game presents to the player is just wrong. Not to mention the disfigurement that they usually suffer, even if they win. Milder forms of punishment are more acceptable because they aren't built around ultimatums. For example, unless you're sentenced to life in prison, or you die before you've reached the end of your sentence, imprisonment isn't specifically designed to kill you. But even when it is, you aren't being presented with immense danger to your person on a day-to-day basis. You're just being denied portions of your life for however long you're incarcerated.
What skills he
making a
got
much
that
more mild
from?
punishment in comparison to the ones that John puts people through. The other thing to consider here is that a lot of the people who play John's games, like many people who are punished legally, need help. Help that his foundation and his wife's clinic were trying to provide. The tragic thing about John's philosophy of pushing people to helping themselves is that it's actually a core principle of many humanitarian efforts. You can provide someone with robust housing, stable employment, and the tools they need to shed their negative habits. But in the end, it's up to the individual to make something of their lives, to be better today than they were yesterday. You can point a person in the right direction, but you can't force them to be the person you want them to be, or even who they want to be. They have to make that choice for themselves. John's methods are designed to embody this idea, but are the potential deaths of people who don't deserve to die something that we should accept as an alternative form of therapy or assistance? No, it's not. And as much as John's success stories can be lauded for how they've managed to turn the lives of people involved around, his failures are more than enough to cancel out all of them. As far as John's supposed emotional distance from his victims is concerned, that claim can be only partially validated. There are several people who play John's games that affected John personally, and while John claims to choose his victims without emotion, and also claims to detest vengeance, there's no way that John isn't satisfied in some way when people like Cecil Adams, Art Blank, or William Easton are forced to suffer because of his games. So as much as he'd like to tout himself as an arbitrary game warden here, there's no way that's truly the case, and whatever virtue the moniker of impartial judge might have brought to his character is ruined by this notion. So with everything we've discussed in mind, what is there to say about John Kramer? He was a kind and compassionate man who had dedicated his life to helping humanity and finding the good in people, wishing only to provide a better life for those who could not do so for themselves. By experiencing several unfortunate events in quick succession, his compassion became nearly non-existent as he wallowed in the all-consuming dread of his situation, becoming more and more disillusioned with the hopelessness of the human condition until he chose to take his life.